terror in Lebanon, it funds Houthis in Yemen, it plots murder in Europe, and it threatens every capital in the West with its growing arsenal of ballistic missiles. You cannot sit this one out. You cannot condemn the firefighters while the arsonist tries to light more fires. You cannot protect peace by appeasing evil. To the Iranian regime, understand this: any further attacks against our civilians will be met with overpowering righteous force. Unlike your actions against our civilians, our strikes will continue to target military and nuclear facilities. We will defend.
It's just amazing. You know, there's no shame. There's no shame at all. After almost 2 years straight of bombing civilians, they have the absolute gall to say we're not bombing civilians.
Israel is safer now.
Absolutely. Not only Israel. I think the entire world is safer. You don't have a radical regime which threatens to destroy member states of the UN. And today I think we have a historic days.
Ambassador Miriam Ramadi, Iran International. Now that the nuclear facilities were bombed, what's the next step for Israel? Are you going to continue targeting Islamic Republic inside Iran? And also, is there a regime change in the plan for Israel? Is Khamenei personally a target for Israel?
We have many targets.
You know, meanwhile, in reality land, Israel is literally starving children to the point where they're running out of formula in the hospitals. This is what Israel is actually doing. While they're shaming Iran for attacking civilians, they are systemically killing tens of thousands of children. This is the reality.
You know, we have very strong defense capabilities. We have proven it. The problem is that the Iranian, they target civilian cities, not military bases. Unfortunately, we have casualties.
What is your response to Secretary General Guterres, who issued a statement last night saying that he was, quote, alarmed by the U.S. Attacks on the nuclear facilities, and that only diplomacy is the answer to achieve peace?
It was very disappointing because the Secretary General failed to, in his remarks, to mention the threat of nuclear Iran. He knows better. He knows that diplomacy.
There's literally no value in listening to what Israel has to say. Yeah, that's, you know, I'm a nobody. I'm a nobody that does stuff that the algorithm absolutely hates. So they put me right at the very fucking bottom. But, you know, I got one more day on my ban. One more fucking day. Couldn't give me a fucking break. I got to serve the whole thing. I got one more fucking day. Yeah, and just, you know, just one of the biggest news days in history. And yeah, you know, great job to the Russian that weaponized the reporting system. Great job. You really did a great job. You know, I'm sure the person that weaponized the reporting system against me struts around and claims that they're free speech warriors. That is probably the most insulting part. Oh boy, Don Lemon. We got a lemon party here, boys. I'm good.
Hawk missiles at a third. Well, the chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff has given more details of the complex military operation, which is codenamed.
Yeah, strategy. Yeah, but in terms of like, we know what they're doing. We know what they want. And there's no one stopping them, so they have nothing interesting to say. It's always, we're the most peaceful, we're the most moral, we can literally do nothing wrong, we're God's chosen people, etc., etc. It's eye-rolling. It's eye-rolling. They'll say those things and then kill 100 kids, and then the media doesn't even report on it.
Operation Midnight Hammer. U.S. B-2 Spirit bombers
Welcome back,
dropped
by the way,
what are known
strategy.
as bunker-busting bombs for the first time on 2 nuclear sites at Fordo and Natanz. And a U.S. submarine fired Tomahawk missiles at a 3rd nuclear site in Isfahan.
Iran's fighters did not fly, and it appears that Iran's surface-to-air missile systems did not see us. Throughout the mission, we retained the element of surprise. In total, U.S. forces employed approximately 7.
Wow, congratulations. No resistance whatsoever. Fucking 3 miles up in the sky in a bomber. Wow. I mean, just the self-flagellation. Oh, stealthy. It's all for Donald Trump. It's all this like theatrics for Donald Trump. My worry is that all of this becomes normalized. I guess it kind of has. You know, this is kind of a continuation of where we started with Bush after 9/11. But that's my true fear, is that this just becomes the normal. Because if this becomes the normal, it's wildly unsustainable. There will be blowback.
75 precision-guided weapons during this operation. This included, as the president stated last night, 14 30,000-pound GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrators, marking the first ever operational use of this weapon.
Wow. Cool.
All right, I want to go now to Marina Marone. She's with King's College London. She's a military analyst. Marina, good to see you. How significant are the U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear sites?
Good day, Brent. It is very difficult to tell right now because right now the war is taking place in the information spectrum above all, with the US, of course, saying that all aims have been achieved. But what does it mean exactly? Has the Fordo facility been destroyed or incapacitated to such a state that it cannot be refurbished and repaired again in order to resume the nuclear program? Same goes to Isfahan, for instance. So one side is saying we did everything and it worked and it's fine, but it will depend on the battle damage assessment, on the real battle damage assessment to be able to estimate whether it worked or not from a military perspective. Because from Iran, there is footage of smoke rising up from the Fordo facility, for instance. But again, we know that the facility is some 90 to 100 meters underground, and it's quite fortified.
I mean, from the air,
these
GBU-57,
the massive ordnance penetrators, have never been used. There are differing numbers in terms of how many of those have been dropped. Some sources say about 6 of them, some say even more, some say less. So we don't know the exact amount that was dropped on the Fordo facility, which seemed to be kind of the key of this operation, because it is the one that is the heavier, the more difficult, the most difficult to destroy. Pardon me. And so right now, what we will see, both sides will be claiming victory in some sense. And of course, you can say that the U.S. B-2s have not been shot down or even targeted by Iranian air defenses. They managed to successfully conduct the operation, but how much military and strategic effect it will produce, it still remains to be seen.
The Pentagon has disclosed, we just found out today, that these bunker-busting bombs have been used for the very first time. How effective were they? I mean, can we say at this point?
Referring to my previous answer, it is the first time that they're being used. We have 2 sides claiming something different. There was smoke rising up, but essentially they have done damage. But have they done enough damage in order to destroy the facilities? That is a question. Can it be rebuilt again? And I don't think that that information is available. And if it is available, of course, it will not be revealed by neither side for obvious reasons. And right now, what is being portrayed is a singular demonstration of force by the United States to force Iran into submission, and Iran is demonstrating quite the opposite, saying the Iranian media that the earth wasn't shaking, there wasn't much being done, and the facility is damaged but still largely intact. So who do we believe?
Yeah.
We don't know. Realistically, we cannot know what is happening there.
Iran has said that the U.S. has now crossed a big red line. I ask you what I've been asking our other guests. What do you think Iran's options are now? Are we talking about some form of direct retaliation, or are we talking about Iran using its proxies to carry out attacks?
I think before deciding whether to conduct this strike, the US administration would have weighed the risks and benefits of doing so. And one of the things that we have seen happen is the deployment of carrier strike groups to the North Arabian Sea, Mediterranean. In the Mediterranean area, there are missile defense ships which would help intercept ballistic missiles targeting US bases in the Middle East and as well as Israel. So I think that this option has already been considered, that Iran might start targeting not just Israel, but also US bases outside of Israel, or if it's not Iran itself, it could be Iranian proxies. And so certain measures are being taken now in order to protect those assets. Another option, which the Iranian side certainly hasn't mentioned, is closing the Strait of Hormuz, which we don't know whether it will happen. That would be a different tool. So away from the kind of military toolbox, it will, of course, affect the global crude prices. And we see the markets are quite volatile. The prices are rising. And that could be very damaging for the world economy if Iran indeed does that,
Right.
because that strait is used by other Arab countries, and the insurance for vessels traveling through the strait
If
have
you want
risen,
strategy, that's fine.
skyrocketed even in the
I'm just
past
gonna be
days.
watching
So that is another
videos
option. Now, the problem is,
the
if you
next
look at
couple
Iran,
hours, just to
Iran
get
is,
an
of course,
update,
bigger
see
than
what's
Israel, but
happening,
it
see if the strait
has
closes.
a lot of issues due to sanctions in terms of military technology. So it will be very difficult to fight two foes at the same time, specifically when it comes to the United States. Those are formidable foes, and Iran realizes it. I don't think there is a chance of Iran actually capitulating, or the chance is very slim, maybe 5 to 10%. But I think that Iran might actually use a combination of tools at its disposal, because what Iran could benefit from, learning from history, is a war of attrition that is designed to wear down especially the US political will. And at this stage, we don't know what next steps will be taken by Donald Trump because of the partial domestic backlash to what has happened, specifically from the Democrats. And so Iran might also, and this will be a very important component, ask, and I believe it's already happening, ask its allies, such as China, such as Russia and North Korea, to come and help it. And for now, the Russians have been very cautious in the diplomatic and the informational sphere when it comes to criticizing Israel, also because of the Soviet expats living there. So it is a very tricky question for the Russians. But I think covertly there might be and that one specific area involves air defenses. And that is something that the Russians could supply Iran with. Now, for the Chinese, the military options might be much more limited, but the Chinese could provide components and maybe other technology. So there are quite a lot of options here that are on the table for Iran. The question is, of course, what kind of aid will Iran get when and how much of it? And this needs to be known to the Iranian leadership in order to decide which course of action it will take. And perhaps an important point here, if we remember the US involvement in the Middle East, back then Al-Qaeda's leader al-Zarqawi said, we have the near enemy and the far enemy. And the near enemy are the Shias, and the far enemy, the United States. And so first we fight them, and then we can settle our differences with the Shias. And this is something that could happen here as well, where groups, violent non-state actors, if you will, in the Middle East or across the Middle East, such as Kataib, Hezbollah in Iraq, and others who are not necessarily Shia, would jump on board to defend Iran. And that is a very serious matter for Middle Eastern security. Of course, we have the Houthis and the Red Sea issue, which might also be involved here. So the Houthis already declared that they will, if the US strikes Iran, they will target US vessels and so on. But there are so many other actors there, of which we don't even know that they exist until it actually happens. If we remember the Syrian civil war, there were 120 of such groups just within Syria. So you can imagine the extent if we look at countries like Syria right now, Iraq as well, being not very stable. So these groups could join in, and then it would complicate matters. And especially if the United States decides to deploy troops, which is another matter which there is a huge question mark how far the United States will go. So essentially right now we can only wait and see, but the most likely scenario is that Iran will respond, because now it's cornered and it will be fighting for its survival with whatever means they have. And that is what might be, is the most likely thing that might happen here.
Okay, military analyst Marina Marone. Marina, as always, we appreciate your time and your insights. Thank you.
Yeah, so the basic gist is that we don't know what the fuck right now. It's all still up in the air. It looks like the strait's going to close, but it's kind of too early to tell for anything right now.
Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says that Israel and the United States, that they both crossed a red line by attacking Iran's nuclear facilities.
The world must not forget that it was the United States which, in the midst of a process to forge a diplomatic outcome, betrayed diplomacy by supporting the genocidal Israeli regime's launch of an illegal war of aggression on the Iranian nation. Not content with such malign actions, the United States itself has now also opted for a dangerous military operation and aggression against the people of Iran. In doing so, the US administration holds sole and full responsibility for the consequences of its actions, including the Islamic Republic of Iran's right to self-defense under the principles of the United Charter.
Are you fucking with me?
In accordance with the UN Charter and its provisions allowing a legitimate response in self-defense, Iran reserves all options to defend its security.
It's just bananas. It's just crazy world. U.S. calls on China to prevent Iran from closing Strait of Hormuz and disrupting global oil flows. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Sunday called on China to prevent Iran from closing the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most important trade routes. What the fuck? I encourage the Chinese government in Beijing to call them about that because they heavily depend on the Strait of Hormuz for their oil, Rubio said. China is Iran's most important oil customer and maintains friendly relations. So they fuck it up. They break into someone else's party, slap someone in the face, and then they start berating a different guest at the party to prevent the person that was just slapped from doing something that could potentially hurt the market. Iran's foreign minister warned earlier Sunday that the Islamic Republic reserved all options to defend its sovereignty. Blah, blah, blah. We're hearing the rest of it right now. Wow. It really doesn't get any more disgusting. It's stupid and ridiculous. Like, what is, show me the look on Xi Jinping's face when he gets this phone call, please. Where's the Xi Jinping cam?
Security, interests, and people.
Well, for more, I'm joined now by Robert Chatterjee. He's the deputy editor of Zenith Magazine, which focuses on the Arab and Islamic world. It's good to have you with us. So Iran says that it reserves all options to respond here. Talk us through the options that Iran has.
Well, the options are limited, especially on the military side, but there are some strategic options, although they are rather short-term than mid or long-term options. One option would be activate its network of regional allies to attack U.S. personnel or bases. I think that is quite unlikely, not least because, first of all, Iran's not interested in drawing the U.S. even more into this war. Also, most of the U.S. bases in Iraq, for example, have been evacuated. Also, the Gulf states have made it clear they will not open their airspace for further American attacks. Other options include the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. This is something that has been floated before, and there are reports that this has been that this approach could be taken. Although this is not without risk for Iran itself, as the Iranians are also very dependent on this international trade route for the oil shipments, especially to China and other Eastern Asian states. So I think another option would be, especially the Houthis, who, mind you, have concluded a separate armistice with the United States just a month ago. So that would risk angering the Americans further. I think the Iranians want to get the U.S. out of this war. And basically leave Israel alone as they were before. And I think the Israelis were successful in drawing the U.S.
It's not going to happen because Israel will continue to be supplied with weapons regardless of what happens. So even if you get America out of there, what actually changes for Iran?
I think long term, this is a grave mistake that does not contribute to the region's stability and certainly also not to Israel's.
Well, how quickly do you think that a decision will be made by the leadership of Iran? There has been a lot of, we could say, turnover in the leadership in the last couple of weeks. Israel has successfully targeted certain military leaders. I mean, is that having an impact on the regime's ability to respond?
I mean, even before, there are different schools of thought on how to engage the West, and I think those kind of discussions will take place even going forward, maybe resulting in a shakeup of leadership, maybe within the Revolutionary Guard. But I think that the Iranians are the ones that could be pushing for more diplomacy, especially via Turkey. We just saw the Iranian foreign minister. He was in Istanbul. President Erdogan is very much interested in brokering peace. He's very well situated, as he is one of the few leaders in the Middle East that has actually a quite good relationships besides Netanyahu with Donald Trump. So I think we will see some more action on the diplomatic front involving Turkey and maybe other states behind the scene, especially Oman, which was already the site for negotiations between the U.S. and Iran before.
The U.S. president has said that they've destroyed the nuclear sites in Iran. Of course, we haven't seen evidence to verify that, but what do you think this means for the future in terms of any type of nuclear capacity for Iran? I mean, is this a goal that they think that they can afford to stick with now?
There are very conflicting reports on the outcome of these strikes. I think, as we saw in the reactions by the Iranians, it gives them even more incentive to even accelerate a nuclear program, because it just shows if you have nuclear deterrence, you're better off. That is a signal that we're sending. So another unwanted result of this ill-advised attack could be a withdrawal from the Iranians from the non-proliferation treaty, and also expulsion
That seems like
of inspectors
like
from the
an
International
obvious-
Atomic Energy Commission, and an acceleration of this program. I don't think that this program can be totally destroyed, even if they bomb these sites to smithereens, because of course that's why a lot of scientists were also targeted. But it's completely unrealistic to put just the military solution to this problem, as Israel is prone to. And let's not forget, the Israelis are not only targeting military sites, they have targeted a hospital, they have targeted state TV, they have targeted civilian populations, just as in other wars, and that has to be taken into consideration. I am pretty shocked that none of the situation that we have had in the Middle East, like 1 or 2 weeks ago, is even taken into consideration, that this is all being looked upon as it is happening in a vacuum.
What about Iran's allies, Russia and China? They've been relatively quiet, haven't they?
Well, China is not prone to direct military intervention, but they could potentially see an opportunity, seeing a lot of U.S. personnel being withdrawn from the Indo-Pacific. So the likelihood of an intervention of China and Taiwan actually increases. So even for American global interest, this was a very stupid action that they have taken. Other allies, this is more transactional, especially with Russia, and it's not quite clear who needs whom more, especially when it comes to, for example, drone production, as Iranian drones are very much in use in Russia against Ukraine, but this balance is always swinging, so this is hard to determine. Other than that, Russia doesn't really have any strength left to play a significant role in this middle.
Going back to what I was talking about yesterday with the supreme leader being not very smart, not very strategic. You know, he threw his eggs in the Russia basket, and you know, it's just he's not good. He's not good at what he's not good at this. He's allowed Israel to control the narrative. You know, it seems like they're still depending on the kindness of strangers. You know what I mean? It's like you're not gonna. The fact is, you're gonna get abandoned. You know, by the international community. And I think that's what's going to happen here. I don't think Russia's going to come to the rescue for Iran here.
Eastern conflict, and they should not. This is a confrontation that should be rather seen in the context of the ongoing war that Israel is waging in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Syria, in Lebanon. And I think this is the right angle to look at this conflict. And Russia and China don't necessarily have a place in that scenario.
Robert Chatterjee with Zenith Magazine. We appreciate
Zenith Magazine. Never heard of it. Trump's terrifying lack of strategy. Yeah. All right, let's get into it.
Hello, beautiful community. Trump.
I understand Vlad is a little boring, but I do want to hear what he has to say. It's only a 7-8 minute video here. So we're going to listen to it. Much love and respect to Vlad, and I hope he gets better. I hope he, you know, it doesn't look good, but I hope somehow he finds a miracle, because we need this man. We need this man's brain, right? We need this man's compassion. You know, we need 100 more Vlads. He really is quite a treasure. U.S. must receive a response to their aggression and should learn to face consequences. To which, yeah, but also we're talking about Trump here. I mean, okay, let me get a live stream going here. Let me get what's his nuts. Ooh, this looks cool. Let me get what's his nuts up on the stream. No Agenda, the No Agenda fella. He's good. He's all right. It trips me out, though. He'll do a 10-hour stream of like one thing, one live. What is this? Come on. Yeah, there we go. And it's like, is he?
Welcome to.
Okay, buddy. Oh, he's done streaming. What happened? Part 2 streamed 11. Oh, he hasn't gone live yet. Is he still sleeping? He's still sleeping from doing a massive stream overnight. Here we go. We got the AP with over Tel Aviv. Now will the AP cut to something else? I want a different live here. Hypersonic missiles, blah, blah, blah. Give me something live, baby. India.
Force, more information that's just coming in, information that we're getting right now. Iran has said there are explosions that are taking place along multiple air bases and nuke bases.
Why are they're treating it, this happened hours ago. Why are they treating this like breaking news?
Massive explosions. Bushehr, remember,
the AI videos behind him, bro.
Reactor. So you had Isfahan that's been targeted, you've had Natanz that's been targeted, you've had Fordo that was targeted, and it was basically for Fordo that Israel required US assistance because nobody else.
The entire fucking world is blowing up behind this guy, dude. This is overkill, and then they killed it again. They overkilled, and then they just came back for more. Bro, what is this? What is the video playing behind him?
The United States of America bombed Afghanistan and returned to the United States. This is the second longest, but it's the largest ever use of the GBU-57. The first use of GBU-57.
Okay. I'm tempted just to watch that, to be frank. I'm just trying to find a live stream that will... Here we go. Okay, they'll cut away if they need to.
On the U.S., there's things we can do.
Let's keep this one up. Someone's stealing CNN. That's good. I love stealing CNN. So close to the end of the ban. I know. One more fucking day. Did you see that? I put in the chat and in the Discord there. One more fucking day. You know, would have been real nice to just give me, you know, let me report on this, please, on Twitch. Kind of a big news day.
Carry bombs that are 30,000 pounds and also multiple.
That's what I get for. That's what I get for showing blurred out footage of a war that's happening. You know, I'm only a news program. That's all. All we do here is news in the politics section, 18 plus. But yeah, no, we can't be showing that war footage now. Come on. How are you gonna sell fucking? How are you gonna sell TwitchCon? How are you gonna sell TwitchCon when someone's showing dead, obliterated Russian bodies that are blurred out? I keep stressing that. Blurred out. I could probably show Holocaust footage and get away with it, right? Because they're Israeli bias. Whatever. I'm not salty. You're salty. Whatever. All right. Anyway, back to Vlad. I want to hear what Vlad has to say. We got this going here. If any breaking news happens, we'll cut to it. We'll see Wolf Blitzer. His hair actually just ignites. So he's got like little steam vents coming out there. But when you know the news is good when the hair just whoosh, it just lights up. Create an experimentation account? No. That would get me like a 60-day. That would get me like 6 months. Just gonna, I'm just gonna follow the fucking rules until someone, someone I piss off is able to weaponize and just, oh, I don't like this guy's stream. Beep. Oh, this is so neat. I have endless power to just shut people down. Beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. And Twitch somehow thinks it's a good idea to give people that power. YouTube has not banned you when they have AI looking at videos. There's a problem now. It's, well, no, my VOD from a couple days ago got deleted. Community guidelines. They don't tell you, you know? It was like an 8-hour stream. Oh, you violated community guidelines. When? Where? How? You know, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Right, news vents. He's got news vents. But you know what? How the fuck am I supposed to do this? You know what I mean? It literally feels like I'm walking on a minefield and just could fucking lose my foot at any moment. Am I allowed to report on Ukraine? Was it the dead bodies? Was it like 2 milliseconds of someone's like, you know, someone like an injured limb, you know, moving across the screen? What was it? What they don't tell you. Yeah, exactly. Bulletproof. Well, fuck it. You know, might as well get high. You might as well. Dead chat. Not today. Hype up your stream with Nesnia.com. I am the cheapest viewer. The value that you folks bring is priceless. I swear to God. Priceless. But hey, if this guy wants to sell me his product, maybe he should give me a free sample. I keep asking for free samples. All I want is a free sample. Show me that view count. Give me 5 minutes of your product. Show me what you can do. I know it's as easy as click, click, click. Don't tell, oh, it's so hard. It's so hard. You don't even have human beings scrolling phones anymore, okay? I saw the setup. You got computers with phone emulators, and then you got virtual, you know, so you don't give me that shit, okay, that, oh, it's so hard, it's so hard. You got a fucking server farm filled with a bunch of cell phone slaves. So show me the product. Show me the goods. Make my stream #1 on Kick for 5 minutes. Make it #1 on Kick. And then maybe I'll buy your shit. I don't know. Who cares? Everyone else does it. Everyone else fucking does it. In all honesty, even if they were to give me a free sample, I couldn't afford it. I wouldn't do it. So don't even bother.
Has bombed Iran, largely as a consequence of being more impulsively and narcissistically drawn
I just want my
to
own
some
mop.
things, some people.
Where are you going to keep a mop? Huh? Bulletproof? Where are you going to keep? You got a hanger? 30,000 tons or whatever. What is it? 30,000. Where are you going to keep this thing? It's heavier than a house. Uh-oh, hold on. We got fucking Tumpy Dumpy here. Hold on.
Those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been
true, but it's
completely
also
and
true.
totally
It's partially true that
obliterated.
Iran is a state sponsor
Iran,
of
the
terror
bully
across
of the Middle
world.
East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier.
Great.
For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people.
And let's just forget Israel and all the crimes that they commit on a daily basis. It's, you know, the hypocrisy is built in, all right? So just understand that I see the hypocrisy completely, okay, everybody? I'm not going to try to pause every time he says a hypocritical statement, but understand that I see it too.
And hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember,
I feel like
there
I fell
are
out of a time
many
machine and I'm
targets
back in the
left.
Bush administration.
Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago.
Okay. Anybody can drop a bomb.
Congratulations, President
No,
Trump.
we're not doing this.
Your bold decision to target
No.
Iran's nuclear facility.
No, I'm good, dog. There's no it's not that what he has to say doesn't have news value. It's that I don't need to hear what Bibi has to say. I know what he's going to say. You know what I mean? Like we're the most moral army. This is super justified. Center of terror. We're safer now because you did this. He's not going to be. He's going to keep it vague about what the next steps are. Like we don't need him. We don't need to hear what he has to say. We know exactly what he's going to do, exactly what he's going to say. But once again, repeating what I said yesterday, the man is a political genius, Bibi Netanyahu, and he has orchestrated this. He has pulled the right strings. He has moved the right players. And succeeded in his own political challenges at home with his own arrest and conviction of corruption and all that. He's dipping and dodging that while he's pulling the entire world along by the fucking nose. I mean, I don't think I'm being hyperbolic at all when I say that Bibi Netanyahu is one of the most effective and dangerous politicians on planet Earth at this point. With all that said, he's not going to surprise you. Bibi is not going to start surprising us until Israel is put into some kind of corner. Until the weapons are cut off and there's like an actual international Western pushback against his war making. And from my opinion, I don't think it's going to stop because the West is like, I don't like it. It makes me look bad. It makes my job harder, but I support it. I've always supported what Israel is doing to Palestine and to the Middle East. I've never been able to publicly say it, and I still can't publicly say it, but this has been the goal for decades. What we're seeing right now, Iran, Palestine, Syria. This is the goal. To conquer that region, to install a Western-friendly satellite right smack dab in the middle of the Middle East, and it's a source of military intimidation and control. It's always been the goal. The Keir Starmer would prefer to eliminate the Palestinians over the course of like 50 years, right? He doesn't want it to happen on his watch because he has to pretend like he doesn't want it to happen, while acquiescing and funding and giving all the weapons and keeping the murder machine going, but being like, man, this murder machine really sucks. Yeah, exactly, bulletproof. But I mean, like Bibi is like he's bringing them along, and they're like, we kind of have no choice. What do? We either make that stand, declare Palestine exists, and start fighting against Israel, not just with rhetoric, but with, like sanctions against the United States and sanctions against Israel. And we make that stand. We either do that or we just continue the pain train. But eventually things will quiet down. Eventually the ethnic cleansing will complete. They'll finish their West Bank, they'll make a decision about how much of Syria, how much of the Golan Heights that they're going to take. Right. And then they'll draw the line on the map. Okay, this is officially Israel now. So from the Keir Starmer perspective, from the West perspective, this will eventually just fix itself. But let's not get it twisted. All the words about two-state solution and we need to find peace and ceasefire and all that. Whether they truly believe it or not, it's all about buying time. It doesn't really matter if Keir Starmer actually believes in a two-state solution. He continues to support the ethnic cleansing because he knows he politically can't stop. He could do it, right? But look what happened to Jeremy Corbyn, right? that he participated in that after having his back. No, a two-state solution. A two-state solution is possible. It's always possible. Look at Germany. Look at fucking Korea. Right? Like you can always put a partition there. What we need to realize is that there was never truly a will to create a two-state solution. Even when Clinton, with all of his victories in the negotiations, even he understood that this wasn't going to last, that this is merely the Israeli government buying time, that the Palestinian Authority isn't going to be able to keep it together. They're too corrupt, too weak. And that's exactly what happened, after the Oslo Accords, was that what it was called, or the Bill Clinton negotiations, right? After that shit was done, Bibi immediately set the plans in motion to install Hamas to further divide and conquer the Palestinian state. Did that successfully. I mean, the whole thing, man. It's like he's got a blueprint and we're all just following it, whether we like it or not. We all don't like this guy, but we all begrudgingly put one more step in front of the other for his fucking master plan. That to me, that says everything about how, and I'm not saying this in I'm trying to use the actual definition, but he's brilliant. He's a fucking political genius, right? We're all part of this. We're all participating and paying for this ethnic cleansing, genocide. We're all getting dragged in against our will. And here we are, though. But here we are, bunker busters in Iran. And I guarantee you, all over social media, it's nothing but, this needed to happen anyway. Yeah, this needed to happen. That's what Sam Harris is saying. That's what Scott Galloway is saying, right? All the so-called dangerous intellectuals. Right? The only ones that are saying this is a disaster are the progressive media. Once again, we're completely isolated. Anyway, I want to hear what Vlad has to say. We're going to keep watching, see if any more breaking news happens, see if we get any clarification on the Strait of Hormuz. But I want to hear what Vlad has to say. We're just going to start him over because it's 13 seconds in. Let's see what he's got to say.
Hello, beautiful community. Trump,
and he speaks pretty quickly. But I'm going to do 125 unless it gets a little too much, okay?
Trump has bombed Iran largely as a consequence of
okay, that ain't too bad. We'll stick with 125.
Being more impulsively and narcissistically drawn to something.
Well, Bulletproof, here's the thing. Here's the thing. On his side, the West wants this. That's the dirty little secret, right? That we never hear on Western media. They want this. The U.S. government wants ethnic cleansing of Palestine. The British government wants the completion of this colonial project that they started decades ago. They want this. That's the dirty little secret. And that's what Bibi knows more than anything else. He knows no matter what I say, no matter what I do, barring a fucking nuke, barring a fucking death camp, a Nazi-style death camp, you can do a concentration camp, but like taking it that far, right? It just having the IDF just spray into open crowds, for longer than a couple minutes, right? They do the bursts at the food distribution centers. They get the IDF to just throw a couple bursts into the crowd, but you know what I mean, like just. So anything that isn't that. Bibi knows he can basically get away with it because he knows, yeah, they did. Because he knows, it was mortars, I believe. He knows this is what the West wants. That this is a project that the West started after World War II, even kind of before World War II, really, but really got started in earnest after World War II. And it's about control. It's about military and political control of the region. It has nothing to do with Zionism. It's got nothing to do with fucking Israel. I mean, it doesn't even have anything to do with like the British feeling stupid for this, for creating this quagmire. They're like, yeah, we know it's a quagmire, but if at the end of the day, we have a military ally smack dab in the middle of the Middle East, filled with hatred and filled with vitriol, ready to bomb anybody at any time, right? A weapon, basically, a weapon. Okay, then we'll deal with it. We'll deal with the embarrassment. We'll deal with, we'll put up some statues for dead Palestinians at the end of it, whatever, right? But we have our power center right there. Okay, Vlad.
Some people around him were saying, ahead of other things other people around him were saying. I've written a very short piece for us about this on Substack, which we'll very quickly go through
Interesting,
together.
bulletproof.
And you know how much I love you when I say I've written something, because especially coming out of a very bad episode at the moment, writing is much harder for me than speaking. So stay with me and we'll be brief, and I'll link up the Substack piece below. It's my first one on.
And when he's talking about an episode, the guy can barely breathe. He can barely do anything. Okay. We're talking about like serious medical shit. And I can't think of an individual who deserves this less than Vlad Vexler. You got these fucking grifters, the Tucker Carlsons, the fucking Vlad, or the fucking Constantines, healthy as a horse, no health problems whatsoever, spewing shit every single day, and we get one intellectual academic speaking empathy, speaking philosophy, and he's just got to have a million health fucking problems, on death's door every single day. This is what I talk about when it comes to justice, because we don't live in a just world. And if we want justice, we have to create it. Okay? And it's hard. It's hard. It does not come naturally. It's brutal. That's what the world is. It's brutal. And if we want a softer world, we have to be strong enough to not only fight against the brutality, but to mold it, change it.
There, and doesn't mean that I'm going to be doing any less on YouTube. It just means we're just spreading our wings a little bit on the internet. Now that Trump's bombed Iran, smart people are saying the same thing. We don't know what Trump's strategy is, and he doesn't know it either. Yeah. In reality, this is an over-rationalization of Trump, and I think it also wrongly assumes that Trump's intent is unknowable. So let's now outline what his intent might be, and I think there are two bits to this. The first bit is a kind of spectacle-driven impulse, and yes, we're saying this, and yes, we're talking about it.
The theatrics. This is why he keeps doing the fucking fake. He did we're going to wait 2 weeks, right? And then, we're going to pretend he did this twice in a row, right? We're going to pretend to work with Iran, and then, double cross. He likes the fucking theatrics of it. He thinks he's in a fucking movie.
2025, and yes, that's the state of the world. The leading power in the world has a leader who acts on impulse.
I think I know that
Trump
reference.
acts like the lead in a TV drama, and each episode must outdo the last.
Taco 2 week.
This is spectacle-driven, practical thinking. Trump's decisions are shaped by the needs for spectacle, not strategy. On this occasion, Trump's impulsive drive for escalation, by which I don't mean escalation in the conventional sense, but escalation in drama, his drive for dramatic escalation, was also further inflamed by two things. Number one is FOMO, fear of missing out around Israel's perceived success. And two, the authoritarian populist Benjamin Netanyahu's assertiveness combined with manipulation of Trump's narcissistic need for admiration. Second bit to Trump's intent is a kind of authoritarian impulse.
Find me a commentator who gets into it like Vlad does, okay? He's the only motherfucker out. He's an island on a desert planet in an empty universe, okay? Oh, breaking news. Oh, okay, never mind. He really is something else, Vlad Vexler. He is so fucking smart and well-read and academic and philosophical. It blows my fucking mind, because only a guy like this could make these kind of connections.
Netanyahu's assertiveness combined with manipulation of Trump's narcissistic need for admiration. Second bit to Trump's intent is a kind of authoritarian impulse. Now, domestic authoritarianism...
So true, bulletproof.
And you know about this, right? Watching what's happened in Ukraine closely. Domestic authoritarianism tends to leak into foreign policy. And militarism abroad, aggression abroad, tends to become a tool to hold sustained domestic power.
Totally. Yeah.
Practically, Trump wants to consolidate his grip on power, dominate institutions, evade accountability, control the news cycle by appearing strong. Ideologically, Trump believes that might is right. And yes, Trump is very ideological. No, he isn't. He is just in it for money, fame, and the ways power can give him more money and fame. Yes, but humans don't just act without ideas, even if they're ideas that have retreated into the subconscious and sort of sit there and drive what they do.
You're right. Even if Trump, and I've said this before, right? Because like he's fascistic, he's authoritarian, he's all these different things, but he couldn't describe what he is, what he stands for, what he means. You know what I mean? But Vlad is like, even if you're all scrambles, you still have an ideology.
All too often, when we've labeled actors as non-ideological, we have just misunderstood the kind of ideology that they have. Ideologically, Trump believes that might is right, that it's not just inevitable, but appropriate for the powerful to do what they want. And look at what Mr. Putin said this week. The territory that belongs to us is the territory onto which the Russian soldier has stepped. Right? A big wash, right? Generating a big, murky, with some dissonances and incompatible elements, of course, global ideological alliance. It's worth remarking that Trump's obsession with power is less intrinsic and more instrumental than that of other authoritarians. For him, power is a gateway to fame, perceived wealth, perceived power to alter history, which might include helping people if that serves him, and 4, perceived power to cause physical and mental suffering to others. You noticed, right, how we discussed this a few weeks ago in the context of the scene in the Oval Office with Zelensky. You've got very few cards, right? There was an element of sort of sadistic fulfillment of narcissistic supply there. Now, 3, being seen as capable to change history, matters to Trump as much as 4, which is being seen as being strong enough to hurt others mentally, physically. But 4 makes Trump get off on himself more. So where does this leave Trump's strategic and tactical thinking?
Yeah.
Trump is constitutively...
Sorry, I interrupted him.
Trump get off on himself more. So where does this leave Trump's strategic and tactical thinking? Trump is constitutively incapable of having a strategic conversation about his actions. We saw this with the tariffs, above all. Number 1, Trump is pathologically incapable of asking for advice because he cannot be seen as lacking basic knowledge or insight.
That's right.
Trump acts to mask his lack of insight and information, not to correct it.
That's right.
2, Trump doesn't have the attention span, right? And here we need a long conversation about his narcissism, which we've had, and about his neurodiversity, which we to a degree had in the narcissism video on the main channel. But Trump doesn't have the attention span to debate the consequences of his actions with his team responsibly. He has bombed Iraq without proper consideration of whether and Iran, I beg your pardon, without proper consideration of whether and how Iran will retaliate, how the US might respond to any Iranian retaliation, and which consequences might arise.
Women have seen this trait in men, you know, on the date. If you're dating, if you're interacting with a lot of men, a woman probably would have seen these kind of traits that he's talking about firsthand in a microcosm, right? In a microcosm.
I beg your pardon, without proper consideration of whether and how Iran will retaliate, how the US might respond to any Iranian retaliation, and which consequences might arise, match the US strategic vision for the region and what indeed that vision might be. Conclusion. Rant of a conclusion, beautiful community. It's time for analysts to stop over-rationalizing Trump.
Yes. Yes.
And admit that the impulse to over-rationalization of Trump is sometimes a nostalgic reach for a world and a world order that is no longer there. Stop talking about Trump like he was motivationally like the other recent presidents.
Nobody does
in the
it
United
like
States except
Vlad.
himself.
Nobody fucking does it like this guy. Nobody fucking does it, dude. It is a crime against humanity that this guy isn't on TV being interviewed. Listen to that. Listen to that. Listen to that eloquence. Listen to that intelligence.
Conclusion. Rant of a conclusion, beautiful community. It's time for analysts to stop over-rationalizing Trump and admit that the impulse to over-rationalization of Trump is sometimes a nostalgic reach for a world and a world order that is no longer there. Stop talking about Trump like he was motivationally like the other recent presidents in the United States, except himself.
Right.
Stop it. Stop it. That's enough of love.
And, you know, to his credit, Kyle Kulinski has talked about these kind of things, about how the media continues to, you know, fall into these patterns. And like Vlad said, it's nostalgia for a world order where, you know, they were dominant, you know, the 90s cable news era, you know, it was just absolutely CNN and all the rest. They're just absolutely dominating. And it is, you know, this sane washing of Trump, this knee-jerk desire to go to these both sides arguments, and we can hear him right now actually, is really hurting the world.
But against some 40,000 U.S. troops in the region, I suspect in Israel, where you are now in Tel Aviv, there's a bit of nervousness. Are the Iranians going to retaliate by going after various more targets in Israel?
I don't know how live this is, by the
It's
way.
interesting, Wolf. Obviously, this occurred in the overnight hours here in Israel. It was about just before 3 a.m. in Tel Aviv that this news broke.
Where were they? They were cheering him on.
Just now breaking
That's
here.
where
A
they
lot
were.
of Israelis are waking up and hearing this news now for the first time. It's now been several hours since then. It's been more than 3 hours. There have not been any air raid sirens going off since then.
This has got to be an older
It's Sunday morning
Trying to
here.
get something newer.
Saturday, there were no air raid sirens as well. Friday, there were 2, and thankfully no fatalities on that day. It's unclear how much of that is just how much the Iranian missile capabilities have been reduced. The IDF has said that they have already destroyed half the launchers for missiles that would have been fired from Iran. So I think a lot of Israelis are going to be.
Right. We don't need to hear Anderson Cooper try to fumble his way through another fucking news segment here without any facts on the ground. Half the time they'll get information, they're too afraid to even talk about it. Seen that so much. But anyway, I wanted to show this because it looks like we got some satellite images before and after of some of these sites. Give us a look of what a mop can do. Woke Patriot, welcome back. It's good to see you. Along with Bound TRS, thank you so much for coming back. Those targets were approved as part of the War on Terror. I mean, Woke Patriot, how happy is Dick Cheney? How happy is fucking Bolton, John Bolton? How happy is John Bolton right now? I mean, this is Karl Rove. How spectacularly stoked is Karl Rove right now? This whole thing with Iran was the Bush administration's fucking cherry on top of the sundae. Oh yeah, McCain shooting straight out of the grave, dude. Rock hard dick, dude. McCain stoked. Bomb Iran. Zoidberg levels. He's doing one of those. He's busting out one of the Zoid. He's doing a Zoidberg, dude. I'm not laughing at, all the chaos. I'm laughing at the image of John Bolton doing a Zoidberg, okay? Leave me alone. The AUMA gave the president great leeway in the execution of Gwat. Are those the GWOT AUMA? You got to tell us what those mean, Woke Patriot. You got to. I keep getting all these flashbacks to the Bush administration. It's all coming back to me, dude. Brownie, did a heck of a job, Brownie. All of it. All of it. Nuclear. Yeah, nuclear alert.
Got brand new details about Operation Midnight Hammer from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Oh, great.
And here with
war
me at the
of
Magic
terror.
Wall to break this all down is about what we know is retired Colonel Cedric Layton.
So
Colonel, thank you
great.
so much for being here. Take us through this mission because it had been in the planning for quite some time.
It really has, Manu, and this is the graphic that the DoD provided us with this. So they started, they've been planning this for, in some ways, for over a year, and in other ways they've been...
Hog heaven. Hog heaven. You ever been to a farm and you see a bunch of hogs playing in their shit water? This is what we're seeing.
Doing exercises that kind of did the same thing for up to 2 or more years.
Oh, wow.
But the key thing is this, the actual operational planning really...
This guy is stoked, okay? He is super stoked. He's like, I actually learned all this stuff 20 years ago when I thought we were going to do it the first time. Gwat, here we are. 9/11, Auma, Gwat, here we are. Makes sense to me.
Started a few weeks ago once the direction came from the president to do this kind
I
of
don't
thing.
know
So when they
everything.
left Whiteman Air Force Base, they did it
I will never
basically right
pretend
after
to
midnight
know
on the
everything.
21st of June. And then they came through and struck the targets in Iran
bound.
about 18 hours later, 18
yeah.
hours and 19 hours later. And they hit the 3 sites.
Well, what would you rather have? A motherfucking mop? Or what? Less dead, sick kids? And no mop? Fuck that.
That we've been talking about before. These are the ones that, of course,
Well, picture it.
become
They're
famous now.
100%.
Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan.
Barack Obama was supposed to reverse all of the special authorizations that Bush gave himself and all of this, war on terror shit. He was supposed to put the kibosh on that. Not only did he not put the kibosh on it, he cranked it up to 11. Tried to finish the job. It was like 7.5 years of like, well, we'll just keep bombing them and we'll move some troops around. And then he's like, all right. Then they just stopped talking about it. They kept it going, stopped talking about it. Biden gets in there, kills Afghanistan after Trump also did fucking nothing in the first term. Talked all kinds of shit about how he's going to end the Iraq war. Doesn't do it. Doesn't do anything. Just keeps it on autopilot.
And these are the ones that, of course, not only because they've been in the news, but because of what they had,
We were in
became
Afghanistan for
important
like almost
from an
20
operational
years.
perspective to actually eliminate. And that's why they had the kind of payload that they did on the
When
B-2.
Biden
And there's been a
pulled
lot
out,
of
everyone was
discussion
like, we're
about
still
the
there.
Fordo facility in particular.
And now we're finding out why we're still in Iraq. Okay, this because it's like, well, if Biden's gonna leave Afghanistan, why the hell are we still in Iraq for this very fucking moment? That's why. That's why, and that's why we built such massive bases in Iraq, pre-staging for the war, for the invasion of Iran, if necessary, just to have the option on the table. Okay. At some point, maybe people will realize that if the cynics have been right about all of this, maybe the cynics are right about socialism. Maybe if the cynics have been 100% correct, not 100%, but if the cynics have been like frighteningly correct, I'm talking about the cynics from 20 years ago who are saying, this authorization, this war on terror is going to expand. This meddling in the Middle East is going to turn into one more quagmire after one more quagmire. These people don't know what they're doing. Without any pullback, without any pushback from the Democratic Party, things are just going to perpetually get worse. All this shit that was said like 20 years ago. Maybe if they were so correct about all that other stuff, maybe they make some fucking points, right, about how we can make society better. I'm not saying go full commie, but it's like the cynics are right. The cynics were dead right about the war on terror. They're dead right about the whole situation. Seemingly the cynics were dead right about Israel. Oh, this is a colonial project. with an end goal of completely erasing Palestine. Oh, you're crazy. Come on. Two-state solution. We'll get there eventually. We'll have peace in the Middle East. No, it seems to be an intentional colonization project supported by Western powers to create a military satellite to enforce Western hegemony. Got it. Hegemony. To enforce Western hegemony in the Middle East. No. You're too cynical.
The Pentagon says they've obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities, but Fordo in particular, how hard is that to penetrate?
So take a look at this right here, Manu. When you see the security perimeter right here, and then in just a second we'll get some more details here because you've got the support building and tunnel entrances. This is way deep underground, almost 300 feet underground. So when you look at the layout of this, you've got those tunnel entrances that I talked about, that support building, and this mountain covers the centrifuges. The centrifuges are the key part to them doing what they need to do to, in essence, enhance the uranium to get it to the level that they need. So when you look at what this looked like before June 20th, this is what the fuel enrichment facility looked like from a satellite view. Now take a look at what happened here. Every single thing that you see here has been actually changed a bit.
So basically what happened, the whole chunk of earth sunk. The thing got in there, blew it up, right? It went as deep as it could, blew a massive hole underground, and then the top of the earth went down.
When you look at
Woke Patriot, 100%, dude, 100%.
This, the June 20th slide, take a look at the facilities up here and over here. Now look, this is gone.
Wow.
This right here is also gone. Wow. So these are the kinds of things that happen. And another thing that's really interesting,
dude, no fucking way, man.
Over here. Now look, this is gone.
It's wild because there's the penetration, there's no exterior crater. The thing went in, right? So it's a really tiny little small hole. Like you could probably find out where the hole is. But then it gets in there and then just collapses everything. Man, that's nasty. Yeah, let's not give that to any other country. Let's not do that.
Wow.
This right here is also gone. So these are the kinds of things that happen.
Sunk, like the movie Tremors. So good. If I could hit the brakes and watch Tremors right now, I would just do it. I should just do it. I should just steal the movie Tremors, and because it's like I'm literally always in the mood to watch that movie. It's so good.
And another thing that's really interesting about this, take a look. This is that support building that we showed earlier. Everything looks intact. These are the tunnel entrances. Now let's take a look. When you go over here,
get out of the way.
You see that these tunnel entrances have...
Whoa, dude. Whoa. Yeah. No, the whole thing is sunk in.
Have been damaged beyond repair. There's what appears to be smoke damage right here at the...
So for some reason, though, they've never used these. Maybe because they've never really wanted to, they had a target that required to go this deep. But yeah, I guess it's all conventional science, right? It's not exactly, it's rocket science, but it's not exactly... shit that other countries can't figure out. Is it just the logistics required to move such a heavy bomb around? Maybe
the board building, and then when you look here, see these things right in this area right here. These are penetration holes right where the bombs hit. And when you look at, there's actually a further one when you go this way.
So they've been itching to drop these fucking things for years, man. They've been itching. It's hard, right? But some of the worst people on planet Earth are high-fiving and having the greatest time of their life right now. Because this, for some people, this is like their life's project is the U.S. military attacking Iran. Seriously.
right up in this area, right here, which shows that there are very key, precise impacts that they struck. And the idea here was to get at the centrifuges and use it with multiple bombs so that they could go down deep enough to eliminate the possibility of them even enriching the uranium.
And we'll see if they've done that. The Pentagon says this thorough evaluation is...
I love how the incredible risk involved is just not even talked about. Okay. Yeah, it's really great that we're not hearing reports of radiation leaks and stuff like that. But it's not even part of the calculation, is it?
Still ongoing. And meantime, there's this concern, real concern about retaliation from the Iranians against U.S. assets in the region. There are a lot of them, tons, thousands of troops as well.
Yeah, basically 40,000 troops throughout the Middle East, Manu, and especially concentrated in the Persian Gulf region. And what's across the Persian Gulf? Iran itself. So that means that it's within missile ranges of not only the long-range missiles, obviously, but short-range missiles as well that the Iranians could easily lob into.
So this is interesting because lefties have been talking about this endlessly for decades, right? We've been talking, sleeping giant. You'd be surprised. Iran is, because like the argument is that Iran is well aware of the dangers that it's in and has been preparing for a moment just like this. But honestly, I don't know. The regime is incredibly corrupt. Run by a dictatorial theocrat who thinks he's the fucking voice of God, who's also 86. No offense, no need to age shame, but that does go into the calculation, right? Maybe he's stuck in his ways by this time. It's an incompetent government that is not very popular. That doesn't have, even though they've been working with Russia to kill Ukrainians, there's no guarantee whatsoever that Russia's going to come to the rescue here. Hell, I mean, let's just be real. Could Russia even do that? Outside of a few crates of ammo and some AK-47s, what the hell could Russia do? Everything's on the front line. They're pulling in resources from North goddamn Korea over there. So what the fuck are they going to do with Iran? So I don't know. This does seem like it's a long time coming. I've talked about this yesterday. A lot of people weren't here yesterday, but I talked about this, how he's not strategy-wise, he's completely fucked up. The supreme leader, the Iranian Supreme National Guard, whatever the fuck they call themselves. With the Hezbollah and with the support of the Houthis and supporting the goddamn Hamas through Hezbollah. This whole idea that they were supposed to be scary and intimidating and watch out, we'll get you. The whole strategy has failed. They should have been making strong alliances, right? With ideally some kind of Western connected governments, but no, they chose Russia. It's just, I'm not trying to say anything is justified. And, the argument that I was making yesterday is that the right thing would have been for the Iranian people to overthrow this government without the interference of Iran or any other Western government. If that's what the people wanted to do, that's what the people should do. And they should have the room to do that, but, I don't think this government is going to be able to sustain itself in any kind of way, and I think everyone kind of knows it.
The areas such as the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Iraq. So those are the kinds of things that our forces have to worry about from a force protection standpoint. But each one of these areas,
if not eliminated, obviously, but severely weakened. I don't know about the strikes against the Houthis. They're trying to say, because there was only a couple, but I guess they were as effective as Donald Trump bragged. Amazing strikes. Aren't they still participating in piracy? The Houthis haven't stopped that, have they? Because of those strikes. But no, there's no denying though that Hezbollah, who was thought to be formidable, has been completely reduced. Down to a goddamn nub. Israel assassinates top Iranian government officials on a whim. seemingly every week, one of the big dogs goes down. It's only a matter of time before they get the supreme leader. And look, I don't mean to sound glib, but fucking good riddance. What is who? This guy hasn't done anything. He hasn't done anything but fill his pockets, and make terrible strategic decisions for his country. You know, the only reason why I don't think I don't want it to happen is because I don't want to see a power vacuum and some kind of, extremist group taking over in Iran, right? I want to see a democratic movement, through protest and nonviolent direct civil disobedience, overthrow the supreme leader or reduce his power, right? And, reinforce democracy that way. That's the way that I would prefer to see it. But if Israel takes the guy out, I'm not exactly going to be, crying in my beer either, because I think he's a tyrant, and I think he actually doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. I bet he doesn't even use the internet. He's like, he's one of those guys.
Really makes it very clear that every single one of our troops is definitely within range, but that doesn't mean that they can't defend themselves. They will be able to defend themselves if the proper measures are taken and if we have the right intelligence when it comes to Iranian intentions.
Yeah, that's everything that U.S. is watching for right now, that next step.
Now, Bulletproof, I think I agree with you, but I do want to acknowledge that there is this chance that they are a sleeping tiger, that they've actually been holding back, that they got a rabbit, the rabbit in the hat situation, but I don't think that's very likely. We're talking about the United States and Israel watches this country like a hawk. They know where everything is. They know where the launchers are. They know the intelligence buildings. They know the bunkers. They know everything. They have moles on the inside of the Iranian government because of how easy it is probably to get a bunch of spies in there, right? We're not talking about like an efficient, well-run machine, well-oiled machine over there in Iran. It's a creaky fucking dictatorship, a theocracy, right? That is, I think it's not going to be easily toppled per se, because I don't know what's going to happen with the 90+ million people that are there, how they're going to feel about any of this. That's really the wild card. But it can be easily thrown into chaos. Like, this government is not strong. This military is not strong. Like, they do have some strength, and they've shown Israel what they're capable of. But I think outside of a few hypersonic missiles and drones and stuff like that, I don't know. I mean, I think this Iranian government, I think the whole thing's going to go up. And I don't know. Can anyone tell us what the hell is going to happen after that? What's the makeup of the opposition? Like who's most likely to take over in a massive the military? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen.
The Iranians may take. Colonel Layton, thank you so much for breaking this all down for us.
You bet, Mono.
Wolf, back to you.
I'm in hog heaven. Yeah, you bet. This is great. All right. Has anyone dropped a nuke or anything in the time that I've been watching? AC Boardwalk Live? Yeah. Okay, so this is a nice reminder. Okay, here we are, sweating bullets, talking about a new war in the Middle East. Call 911. That's a kind of an ominous sign. Just all down the thing, huh? Jeez. I wonder if there's any crime happening in this area. Call 911. Why? So the fucking cops can get there 10, 15 minutes late? Fill out a fucking report, then hop back in their car and do jack shit about it? Is that why? Fucking cops. Democrats are fed up with party leadership. Prove it. Confirmed success. I don't want to watch Pete Hegseth slob his own bone. I don't need to watch that. Iran strikes not about regime change.
This mission was not and has not been about regime change.
Right.
The president authorized a precision operation.
It is until it is, right? It is until it is.
to neutralize the threats to our national interests posed by the Iranian nuclear program and the collective self-defense of our troops and our ally Israel.
The president may not want an open-ended conflict. The Iranians may disagree. Are you prepared for a protracted war?
Well, anything can happen in conflict, we acknowledge that, but the scope of this was intentionally limited. That's the message that we're sending. With the capabilities of the American military nearly unlimited.
It's officially closing? Yeah? Are we? Yeah? How do you spell that? Yeah, okay, thank you. 6 hours ago, 1 day ago, 4 hours ago, last hour. What do you got on this? U.S. bombs Iran, yeah, so that's what I've heard so far is that they plan. There was the, their parliament has approved closing the strait, but apparently it's not up to the parliament. Apparently it's up to Mr. Supreme Leader, Mr. Smart Guy.
All right, good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to another Short War video. And today we have very big news coming out of the Middle East. Today we've gotten word that Iran's parliament has approved the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and we await a final decision from Iran's National Security Council. Meanwhile, despite major airstrikes by the United States, it appears the Fordow nuclear site is not completely destroyed, and the Iranians might have evacuated the enriched uranium before the strikes even took place. We also have major news of a major Iranian attack on Israel this morning, and major counterattacks by the Israelis on a major Iranian airport. And finally, we have news that the Iranian proxy forces are likely preparing to retaliate on U.S. bases in the Middle East and in the domestic 50 states. So we have very big news today, and let's jump right into it in our first post here, which goes to FITUX Network. And this right here is probably our biggest story of the day. We are getting word from Al Arabia and Reuters that the Iranian parliament has approved the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and the final decision rests with the national security authorities. Now, this is a very big deal right here because, of course, closing the Strait of Hormuz, that would be a very aggressive action against the United States and the West, and would clearly target Western vessels trying to transit through the strait. So this is a very big one, and Iran had threatened this previously, and it looks like it has been approved by the Iranian parliament, and right now a final decision is currently being awaited from the national security authorities. So it appears to be probably likely that this will be approved by Iran's national security authorities, and if it is approved, that is going to be the new aggression that the United States is going to be dealing with by the Iranians in the midst of everything else. So a very big story right there, and we will be watching that one very closely. But moving into our next post here, this one goes to FITUX News. And in the meantime, while we're hearing about the news about the Strait of Hormuz, we're also getting some damage reports about the Fordow nuclear site. And today we've heard from the Israeli military sources that in their initial analysis, they believe the Fordow nuclear facility has sustained serious damage from the U.S. strike, but that has not been completely destroyed despite reports to the contrary, according to 2 Israeli officials being reported by the New York Times. Now, this is a big one right here, as we actually watched yesterday on our stream live the statements from the United States president claiming the facility was wiped out completely and basically wiped off the menu. So today we are hearing from the Israelis that apparently that is not the case, at least in their assessment.
So I gotta be clear. Enforcer, they go off the handle, man. They take one little shred of something that was said on Twitter, and they blow that shit into a fucking Everest-sized mountain. So just a grain. So get the salt shaker out. You're going to need a couple grains of salt for anything reported by the Enforcer. I will say, though, he's very good at what he does, and good for him, and congratulations on his success. But I was watching them a couple days ago, and a bunker was hit that the Supreme Leader was supposed to be inside, and they were, it's happening, it's totally happening. Fucking hold on, folks. We're gonna get a report that he's dead any second now. We're gonna get the report that that Supreme Leader has been assassinated. You just wait, it's coming. Like 4 hours of that.
And it appears to be that while the facility was seriously damaged, it is not completely destroyed, according to the Israelis. So that's going to cause a bit of an issue here, because the objective was to wipe out Fordow, to make sure there was no remnant of it left, so that way the Iranians couldn't fix it, rebuild it, and also start using it once again. But right now it appears that is not the case. So that is actually unfortunate news and kind of bad news right there. And it sounds like either a second strike is needed, or maybe they're just going to abandon the plans to destroy Fordow altogether. It's not really clear right now, but apparently it's not destroyed. So it's kind of bad news on that front. But moving on to our next post here, this one goes to John
We don't
Pollock.
know that.
And
See what
this
I
right
mean?
here might be the
Like,
smoking
we don't
gun
know
at the
that.
Fordow nuclear facility.
We don't know that shit at all, bro. Slow down. Slow your fucking roll, dude. We have no proof of what he just said, one way or the other. And he's like, "Oh, bad news. We didn't get him." Israel. Why? Because Israel said that. Slow your roll.
Facility, because it seems like the Iranians might have gotten tipped off somehow through their intelligence or maybe an inside source about these upcoming attacks on the Fordow nuclear facility. Because right here we can see that in this post from John Pollock, there's apparently some Maxar satellite images showing a possible increase in logistics at Fordow. About 16 trucks were gathered on the 19th through the 20th of June, which is just a couple of days ago. And we also saw in these photos heavy machinery near the entrance to the main facility. So this is a bad sign. This indicates that somehow Iran knew this was coming and they somehow evacuated some of the enriched uranium out of this facility.
Yeah, no duh, guys. No duh. I mean, these lunkheads, these military lunkheads, they always just, well, if we bomb it, the problem goes away. And then they bomb it, and then the problem doesn't go away. It just, these military guys. Anyway, the Enforcer's a good guy. He's definitely Bush era conservative style, pro-military, bomb everything to oblivion kind of guy, but seems like a nice guy otherwise. All right, so this was put out by DW 6 minutes ago. It has not been officially closed yet. Don't get it twisted. It has not been officially closed. Well, wait, we got footage? We got footage of this shit? Hold up.
Footage of explosions following U.S. airstrikes on Iran's nuclear facilities has been released.
Fucking with me,
The videos
dude.
show that the explosions were powerful and continued until the early morning hours. The strikes were carried out using GBU-57 bunker buster bombs, each containing 2.5 tons of explosives, delivered by B-2 bombers. These bombs are capable of penetrating up to 61 meters underground.
That's what it does. That's what a
The
mop
strikes
does.
targeted 3 of Iran's nuclear
Whoa,
facilities,
dude.
Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. Although Iranian officials claim that the facilities did not suffer serious damage, U.S.
That's why,
President
right
Donald
there.
Trump
There it
stated that they
is.
were completely destroyed. Trump also warned that further strikes would follow if Iran refuses to agree to a
Dude.
peaceful resolution.
Dude, this is nuts. This is like tons and tons of material thrown into the air, man.
It should be noted that the B-2 bombers conducting the operation took off from the United States. This marks the
Damn.
longest-range mission since
Yeah, no, the Enforcer over here talking about we don't know what we've blown up. Man, it's going to take days to assess what the hell happened. All the damage is how many feet underground? How deep underground? Everything is probably buried. Like, we won't be able to assess the damage until we get the bulldozers out.
2001.
This is fucking crazy, dude. This must have been the fuel thing. No, go back to that one, man.
This marks the longest-range mission since 2001.
Yeah, gee, and what was happening in 2001? Jesus Christ. That is shocking. Yeah, strategy. They're big fuckers. No doubt about it. Wow. Okay. So DW put this out 6 minutes ago. The strait has not officially been closed, but the parliament has voted on it.
It was the United States which, in the midst of a process to forge a diplomatic outcome, betrayed diplomacy by supporting the genocide.
Yeah, Bound. I saw footage. I forgot to post it in the Discord, but there was footage of somebody in their backyard seeing two, and you can the silhouette of the B2 is so clear, right? Because it's that looks like a goddamn video game, like a PlayStation 1 game. So yeah, there was that video of them capturing them on the way back. Yeah.
Genocidal Israeli regime's launch of an illegal war of aggression on the Iranian nation. Not content with such malign actions, the United States itself has now also opted for a dangerous military operation and aggression against the people of Iran. In doing so, the US administration holds sole and full responsibility for the consequences of its actions, including the Islamic Republic of Iran's right to self-defense under the principles of the United Charter. In accordance with the UN Charter and its provisions allowing a legitimate response in self-defense, Iran reserves all options to defend its security, interests, and people.
That was the Iranian foreign minister speaking earlier today. I'm joined now by Burcu Özçelik, who covers Middle East security at the Royal United Services Institute. That's a London-based think tank. It's good to have you
with anxiety
with us.
right now.
What do you believe could be Tehran's next move?
Well, thank you for having me. I think Iran has a range of options that it has long threatened to use in just this kind of circumstance. But I don't think any of these options are particularly good ones from the point of view of the Iranian regime, whose preference and priority at this critical moment is regime survival. So a range of options, the most severe of which is to either disrupt or try to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which is, of course, a very critical and narrow maritime pathway, a choke point, really, which sees the passage of up to 20% of the world's oil exports and is critical. Whether Iran can actually carry out this threat is a different story. So that's a question of capability as well as intent there. The intent might be there, but the consequences would be severe for Iran as well, and it would counter its own interests in terms of Iran's oil export capacity. Other types of retaliation that Iran might pursue, of course, is to try to mobilize its proxy network in the region, which has been severely degraded over the course of the war. And these include Iran-linked Shia groups in Iraq, as well as, of course, the Houthis.
All right, hold on. We're going to see we have a Security Council meeting.
Multiple IAEA resolutions, as well as Security Council Resolution 487. And according to Article 25 of the Charter, the members of the United Nations agree to accept and carry out the decisions of the Security Council in accordance with the Charter. That responsibility to carry out the decisions of the Security Council is heaviest with the members of this Council, particularly the permanent members in the first place. Madam President, we are deeply alarmed by the escalating situation. The sharp rise in tensions and violence as a result of the Israeli aggression and unlawful actions is profoundly disturbing. Any further escalation risks catastrophic consequences for the region and beyond. Pakistan stands in solidarity with the government and brotherly people of Iran during this challenging time.
Okay.
Madam President.
All right. We'll get highlights of that. Obviously, okay. This is what I was looking for. We'll get highlights of that. Let's get back to this. Iran says it reserves all options to respond.
Yemen,
This DW
which have
News
issued certain
about the Strait.
statements to declare their solidarity with Iran at this moment. But again, the question is, how far are they actually willing to go to put themselves on the front line and to target U.S. interests directly?
Is that the most realistic or most likely option, in your opinion, activating these proxies? As you said, the Houthis in Yemen. I'm also thinking of maybe Hezbollah in Lebanon.
That's right. Again, the issue is how much damage these groups can actually inflict on U.S. interests, whether diplomatic, military, or commercial in the region, and what kind of American retaliatory strikes these would invite back on Iranian territory. Iran right now is severely hurt, cornered, embarrassed by the fact that it was not able to shield its most coveted disputed nuclear program over the course of the U.S. night strikes. And so to incur further damage to its military infrastructure, potentially oil refineries or civilian targets inside Iran, would erode the regime's legitimacy. So I think Tehran is really at a fork in the road right now and is facing a dilemma in terms of how best to respond, but not to respond so harshly that it invites very harsh American retaliation, which President Trump earlier today or overnight said that would be much easier to execute on the ground.
If Iran wanted to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, for example, could it do that without any assistance from the Houthi rebels? I mean, is its military, is it capable of doing that, acting alone?
Iran has raised these threats for a number of years. There is a long contentious history that dates back to the Iran-Iraq War, of course, and the so-called tanker wars at that time. Iran has put this threat forward. It has not been able to successfully shut down the entire Strait of Hormuz, which would require significant conventional Navy power that Iran lacks. But it would be able to potentially destroy.
Right. So that's the holdup, is that they'll declare it, and then Donald Trump will send a fucking boat through there, and it's going to be a big dub for Donald Trump. No other ifs, ands, or buts about that, because they can close it all they want. And quite frankly, that kind of action would have the support of China, because it's all about the Benjamins, baby. It's that oil route. That strait is too damn important to be shutting it down. We're talking about economic, like recession, instant recession kind of stuff for certain economies. Japan and China apparently heavily use the strait. So, Iran, they can, we're going to close it. We're going to close it. We're going to do it. Yeah, you actually need to enforce it. And the way to enforce it is to shoot on the ships that are floating through there. And then you got a whole other set of fucking problems. No, this is, look, it's, I don't like to see Israel and the West win, especially when they're using knucklehead tactics, like bombing. But the Iranian government doesn't have chips to play here. They really don't. They don't have shit to play here. Yeah, they're kind of fucked. Just step down. Step down. Supreme leader, step down, dude. Like at this point, the supreme leader has to be thinking, okay, do I want to live? Am I going to die for this shit? And he's like, an 86-year-old man. So I think 86, right? So he's close, he's getting close anyway. This is wild.
Disrupt the Strait of Hormuz through mining and asymmetric warfare techniques. This, of course, would rattle the Gulf countries, particularly Oman, for example, that would struggle and suffer from the consequences. There would, of course, be blowback on global oil prices, potentially pushing the price of oil up to around $120 or most estimates. So whilst the intent is there, I think this would very much be a suicide mission for Iran to carry out this threat. And it's often been said that it would be an act of last resort for Tehran.
Do you believe that the strikes that we saw last night by the United States, could they serve as a sobering lesson for Iran, or will they double down and rush to rebuild them?
And the Iranian leadership had years, decades, to go a different direction. Outside of Hezbollah, outside of what they tried to get away with, could have gone in a different direction, right? Because after, especially with all the goodwill with the nuclear deal with Barack Obama, they could have gone running to other Western governments. Oh hey, well, I want to keep this going. Work closely with me. They could, and of course they should have dropped Russia, started supporting Ukraine, right? That really, that would have changed a lot of things, right? I mean, what kind of strategic blunder was that? Willingly working with Russia to help them invade another country, willingly working against the West. Anybody with a half a fucking peanut in their head could have seen, how that makes you look as a country, right? Which side you're picking. This has been a long time coming. I'm not saying they deserve it. I'm just saying, like, the Iranian government had an opportunity to make different decisions. Would that have changed, right? I don't know. The Western allies are your friends until they're not your friends, and they'll fuck you over anyway, especially if you're brown and from the Middle East. But clearly, the decisions that were made, violence, aggression, right, show like we're gonna, don't fuck with us, we'll shut down the strait. Don't tell us what to do with our nuclear stuff. We'll build it in a mountain. There's nothing you can do. And no, it turns out there's plenty we can do. There's plenty of there's plenty of there's plenty of things that the West can do. And you were, as predicted, completely caught with your ass out. It was a bunch of bluster.
Nuclear program as a result of these strikes. What do you think is most likely?
I think this is the big question.
We're not dealing with QAnon.
There's a lot of uncertainty as we're still in the deeps of this fog of war.
It's at 77 right now. You're kidding me. Still? That's wild to me. That's wild. That tells me that the oil markets are very, very confident that the Western Alliance is going to, is going to keep that strait open. Like, they don't have any concern whatsoever.
Situation. I think Iran will have to make a strategic decision, but it does so from a position of weakness because its military leadership has been seriously eroded over the course of the war since the 13th of June in Israel's military
campaign. There's no oil futures market?
Damage to its command and control structures. But more broadly, at a strategic level, the Iranian leadership will need to now assess the risks and the benefits of either course of action. If they do dash to the bomb, which is a nightmare scenario that many analysts have long warned, this could invite further American-Israeli retaliation on Iranian soil, on the Iranian home front. Mm-hmm. And this, of course, would further erode Iran's legitimacy. On the other hand, if they don't act, if they don't strike back, that would also have, inaction would also have costs.
We've seen a lot of leadership turnover in Iran in the past few weeks. Some of it precipitated, obviously, by airstrikes from...
Leadership turnover? That's a funny way of saying assassination campaign.
Israel. But the new generation of leaders in Iran,
leadership turnover,
we can assume that many of them would feel like the current regime has left them and the rest of Iranians unprotected. And I'm wondering, how does that fit into the fatwa that was issued by the current Ayatollah, which basically prohibits building a nuclear bomb? Do you think when the next Ayatollah is in power, will that same prohibition have the same weight?
Strategy, if you can find any video links about any of this stuff that you're talking about, feel free to put them in the chat.
Or will that fatwa be overturned?
The short answer is that we just don't know yet whether Iran will now enter into a phase of political transformation. There certainly will, I suspect, be a period of reckoning. The Iranian people will demand some answers from the regime as to why they have been forced into this position for the sake of an Iranian nuclear program.
Now, and remember, the Iranian regime has told these people we're way more powerful than the West gives us credit for. They fill the media with debates about the West is totally mistaken. The West actually has no idea. The West is arrogant, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of the stuff, a lot of the ridiculous shit that we see from Iran is posturing for their own people.
Perhaps doesn't serve the best interests of the Iranian civilian population. The point of the nuclear talks was to be able to gain some concessions and to ease the sanctions and Iran's international isolation. This would have trickled down to improve the lot of the Iranian people, and this would have been consequential. But the point now is we don't know where Iran will go from here, whether they will double down on their intent to pursue a nuclear weapon. If indeed that was the intention, Iran, of course, has adamantly refused that their intent was weaponization. But there could be a moment now of reckoning, and I don't think that Iran now will be the same Iran prior to the launch of these attacks.
Oh, that's quite a statement there. Bertu Österlich, we appreciate your time and your valuable insights helping.
I was being a jackass when this wonderful woman was talking. What was she saying?
But there could be a moment now of reckoning, and I don't think that Iran now will be the same Iran prior to the launch of these attacks.
Yeah, that is quite a statement. Interesting.
Oh, that's quite a statement there. Bertu Österlich, we appreciate your time and your valuable insights helping put all of this into context for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff has given more details of the complex military operation that was codenamed Midnight Hammer.
Okay, yeah. We don't really need all this fucking flippy floppy florpy crap. What's this guy got to say? Who's this dude? Who's this guy? Frank Ludwig? All right, let's see what he's got to say.
Frank Ledwidge. He's a former UK military intelligence officer. He's now senior lecturer in strategic studies at Portsmouth University, a familiar face to our viewers. It's good to have you back on the program. We had got a detailed rundown of the mission that was carried out by U.S. forces overnight. What stood out to you in this description?
Good afternoon, Ben. Three things. First of all, the skill, efficiency, and reach of this operation.
Okay, come on. Fucking shut up. Shut the fuck up, okay? Talk about the skill and efficiency when the United States is actually fighting another, military. Like, Iran didn't even have planes in the fucking sky. Oh, well, they were so amazing, so efficient. Yeah, wow. They shot that fish in a barrel. Wow, amazing. They dropped a fucking precision piece of munition fucking, from miles up in the sky. Wow. Amazing. Really? Oh, agenda freeze over here. Let's see what he's got going on.
As representative of Guyana.
This is the most boring news stream. It does not get more boring than this. Like he's obsessed. 10 hours straight, he'll look at the Israeli Israeli skyline. 10 hours straight, right? Just to catch one or two little missiles or anything. But whatever, you do you, bro.
They're not a permanent member. But maybe they'll be there. Maybe they're there anyway because it's about Israel, the whole Israel.
Yeah, maybe it is. I don't know. Oh, here you go. DW covering Nigeria. Talking about high drug use. Interesting. DW covers Africa really, more than most. Dems are fed up with party leadership. All right, I'm curious to hear what Cenk has to say here because this is Cenk in his element. Let's take a little break. From the Iran stuff real quick. Let's see what Cenk has to say about Democratic Party leadership.
Democratic voters are fed up with Democratic leaders. We've been saying it for years, and now we have yet another poll proving us right. The top line from the Reuters Ipsos poll, 62% of Democrats think party leadership should be replaced. Only 24% disagreed. By comparison, only 30% of Republicans thought party leadership should be replaced. Jake, what do you think this says about each party's ability to mobilize and energize its base?
Yeah, I'm actually super excited about this poll. I've been waiting for this kind of movement my whole life because Democratic leadership is corrupt. And so back in the day before this election, when I said that, and they're also incompetent. Yeah. They're both. They're the worst.
Totally agree.
Worst of all worlds.
Yeah.
So before you lose your stuff, if you're on the left,
corrupt, incompetent, and also they think they're right. Wildly arrogant. wildly, fucking smug, arrogant. The trifecta.
So are the Republicans, okay? So now, or if you're on the right. But to continue about the Democrats. So before, when I would say it, they'd say, oh, no. Mitch McConnell is deeply evil. Cenk, did you know he took $1 billion from in donations throughout his career? And
yeah, so did Nancy Pelosi. Right?
Doled it out to all the other crook Republicans, and they just serve their corporate donors. Yeah, we talk about that on the show 24/7. We just did the last story on it, right? And they said, did you know Nancy Pelosi took $1 billion from corporate donors in the same way McConnell did, and dispersed it among the Democrats, et cetera? And people would say, oh, how dare you?
I mean, they don't really do this performance, but it is kind of interesting. They memory hole it. And it's I've brought this up before, but the people in San Francisco that knee jerk always vote for the Democrats, right? Anybody with a D, and a corporate D has to be a corporate D, because they've been trained to not trust independent D, only corporate D. They're just as partisan as the barefoot, he's redneck out in the middle of the woods making moonshine. They use the same mental gymnastics to come to the same conclusions, right? But just for either side. But it's the same shit, same partisan behavior. I saw it in San Francisco with Nancy Pelosi winning every fucking time, and it was like there was this Reagan-esque mistrust of anything that even whiffed of socialism. In the meantime, they themselves were pretending to be socialists. They themselves are pretending to be progressive. And they pretend to implement these so-called progressive reforms. They fail at them, right? When it comes to homelessness and a myriad of other issues, they fail at them. And then people perceive that as a progressive failure, when really it was a corporate Dem masquerading as a progressive, failing at a half-assed, half-cooked, progressive-esque reform. And it sets the entire progressive movement back. But good luck. Just like you, maybe you've had, if you're an American, right? Maybe you have an uncle, who lives in a rural neighborhood who doesn't want to hear it about Trump. In the cities like San Francisco, they don't want to hear it about Nancy Pelosi. They don't want to hear it about Chuck Schumer. They don't want to hear it about the D's, right? And they do what Cenk was saying in terms of like, oh, you're a Republican. Anytime you criticize, it's like 5 seconds into having a conversation about Barack Obama's rampant corruption, his drone warfare, his taking single payer off the table, you get accusations, looks, and insinuations that you're a Republican. It's a real problem. It's a real problem. Just as much as people knee-jerk vote for fascistic MAGA people with an R, in some of these cities that are supposed to be affluent and open-minded, if the only thing they want to vote for is the corporate D, and it's just as poisonous and toxic, I assure you.
Mitch McConnell's Satan, but Nancy Pelosi is an angel. No, they're all crooks. They all take campaign money. Those are legalized bribes. And then they do exactly what those donors tell them to do. Yeah. Mo Brooks, a Republican from Alabama, explained when he was running for Senate, in order to get a chairmanship of a committee, you have to have $1 million to disperse to the legislators in your party on that committee. And where do you get the $1 million? He said, Joe and Jane Doe don't have that kind of money, so you get it from the industry you're supposed to be regulating. But you don't regulate them. Instead, you do whatever they tell you to do, okay? And that's true of Republicans and Democrats. So,
100%.
But the whole time they kept up this facade by saying,
"Welcome back, Simply Steve. Good to see you,
hey, guys. We're geniuses. We do 4-dimensional chess. We do 8-dimensional chess." So
yeah, the Democrats, that's the kind of shit you hear from them over and over and over again. It becomes the problem with it is that MSNBC, CBS, all the so-called left news organizations, they listen to that consultant logic and they just take it as gospel. Like that's common sense. That's common sense. Very rarely do you see those establishments, MSNBC, Morning Joe, et cetera, rarely do you see them criticizing, pushing back against neoliberal democratic political strategy. It's just assumed that it's the right move.
Even though it looks like we're getting our asses handed to us by Republicans, but we're secret geniuses and we know what we're doing. We're the only ones who know how to win. We're the only ones who can win. And I know we never do the policies we said we were going to do. But hey, if you hang in there for another 200 years, we will incrementally eventually get to them. Their donors paid them not to do those policies. And did they know what they were doing politically, strategically? The 8-dimensional chess players? No, they got destroyed by Donald Trump, who I would be surprised could clear 70 in IQ points.
Yeah.
And they got humiliated by him twice.
Straight up, twice.
They said, you better not vote for
After they impeached him and convicted him, after they dragged him through the mud, even with all Merrick Garland being hands off, they were able to get convictions and all that. And they still couldn't do it. It's shocking to me, and it really shows the capture of corporate media that we're even still having a debate about, do we get rid of these people? Do we replace them? Do we just keep steady the course? It really does show the capture of corporate media, that we're not having a nationwide conversation. Democrats are not having a nationwide conversation. Now, with that said, even with all that suppression, that conversation is still happening. But it should be literally anybody that's ever voted for a Democrat, and instead it's really only the plugged-in Democrats. Meanwhile, there are tens of millions, I swear to God, tens of millions of partisans. Corporate D, right? The Dianne Feinstein supporters, the goddamn Nancy Pelosi voters, the fucking the human androids that click the check next to Hakeem Jeffries. Could you actually imagine? Voting for a Hakeem Jeffries? Yet here we are.
Bernie, he can't win. The only one who can win is Hillary Clinton.
Is this how I
Joe
get viewers?
Biden is young and dynamic. He's the best Democrat to go against Trump again.
I do this. What am I kidding?
Kamala Harris ran a perfect campaign. And now we all know you're full of crap.
Yes.
You don't know anything. And part of the reason why they never fight for you is because they're too busy fighting for their donors.
Doinks.
So the fact that they are deeply unpopular is a wonderful thing. Not because I'm against Democrats, but because Democrats need way, way better leadership who actually fights for their voters. And other than Bernie Sanders and the people who support him, I've never seen that in the Democratic Party. They couldn't care less about their voters. And you can tell, Sharon, one more thing. Whenever a Democrat gets into office, they go, well, I could do this, but you really have, I'll do it if you guys push me to do it.
Doinks.
First of all, that's not true. The minute you start pushing them to do it, they all take your head off. Oh, you're a traitor! You're trying to help Trump, right? Them and all the corrupt cronies on mainstream media. So, but even if that were true, what a weird thing to say. Oh, well, I got elected by telling you I'm going to do all these things, but the minute I get in, I'm going to tell you I'm not going to do any of them unless you push me really, really hard to do them.
Yeah.
Why do I have to push you?
And this is the trap that we got into with Justin Trudeau. And it was like, it was a happy little groove that he got himself into, where he would run for re-election, promising the fucking progressive moon and stars, get back into office, do none of it, and basically, forcing the NDP to push him in the direction that he fucking was supposed to be running on anyway. And for like a good, 5, 6, a little long, maybe 8 years, that was kind of the arrangement. And he was perfectly happy with that, Like, he got in, super progressive promises. I mean, I'm talking like, he talked about removing first past the post and legalizing weed. Gets in, legalizes weed, and then goes right into fucking corporate oil mode. How many oil companies can I suck off? And it really was this like game of setting expectations instead of leadership. It was the damnedest thing to see with Justin Trudeau, man. And let me tell you, he had this whole country in his fucking pocket. The guy could have been FDR 2.0. And, you know, and kind of just chose, you know, this other direction, you know. I don't understand the impulse, right? But it's like it's a kind of cowardice. It's a more complicated cowardice than what you see from the Republicans, who are just shameless cowards. It's a more mental gymnastic, twisted kind of logic. Like it's whole thing, the way that neoliberals kind of justify their own flavor of cowardice.
I pushed you by voting for you, and then you're supposed to do your part where you actually do it. But they never, ever, ever do it, and then they turn around and go, oh my God, I can't believe we lost. Yeah, you lost because you lied and you served your donors instead.
No, so they don't even go, I can't believe I lost. They don't even do that. They just immediately go right back into it. Oh, shucks, we'll get them next time. All right, right back to it. Send me $5. Changing nothing. Yep, here's the same. I don't even change the flyer. Bloop, there you go. I changed the date. We'll do it again. Do it again. We'll just do the whole thing over again, changing nothing.
The fact that they're deeply unpopular with their own voters is a blessing. Finally, thank God.
No,
Open up your eyes. Vote for people who are actually going to fight for you within the Democratic Party. Sharon.
Yeah, and I think the poll is ridiculously skewed. I don't think it's 62%. It's probably 90. Probably 90%.
No, unfortunately, then this is the thing, you know. No offense to this woman, she seems absolutely lovely, but that's the partisan vein through the Democratic neoliberal left is real. It's just corporate D all the way down. I mean, how else can you explain a Hakeem Jeffries? Honestly, how could you vote for that? Unless you have 1.5 yachts.
Have the spaceless, nameless, lacking integrity party that they don't understand, don't want to have a beer with. I mean, it's literally time to burn the house down, maybe leave the garage up. Bernie and AOC can at least have, that section of the home. But there's no enthusiasm.
Right. So we you guys are the regulators in the chat. You guys are all well plugged in. You know what the fuck is up. We don't need to get over that. But I'm sure that that information is very useful for people who aren't political freakazoids like us. This guy is so funny. I hope R.M. Brown does a video today. Kat Abu Ghazala, what's up with you? All right, keep it real. Hope she wins. This guy's lying. if this guy's lips are moving, this guy's lying. No agenda, being incredibly boring. Anything about the Strait of Hormuz? Anything? 6 hours ago, 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago? Yeah, all right. I don't think they can't close it because if they close it, it's all over. If they close it, it is. It's the final. That's their final play. It's an emergency play. They, and it means that they're the weakest that they've ever been if they actually close it. So they're going to do everything. They're going to get right up close to it, but they're not going to do it. Maybe they'll try to do a partial close and say China's allowed to come through, but U.S. is not allowed to come through. Israel's not allowed to come through, but China's good to go. Japan's good to go, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe they'll do something like that. But I think, what that previous analyst that we just listened to, I think she's right. Like if they're not going to do it, because if it's the final card that they can play, and it's basically more of a sign of weakness than it is a sign of strength. God damn, isn't geopolitics fascinating when you really start digging into it, right? It really does. It's like it's the juiciest fucking steak, man.
Well, the world is, of course, bracing.
This is Australian news, ABC out of Australia. Their logo looks like something from a dystopian movie.
For Iran's response to the United States attacking its key nuclear sites, with Tehran.
I like the fucking chest bush, baby. God damn. God fucking damn, dude. I just want to hop on that motherfucking chest and take a ride. Are you kidding me? Look at this beefsteak. This fucking 600 fucking pound of muscular Australian fucking beef. Yes. All right, I've calmed down. Back to news.
Vowing to defend itself. It comes as the United Nations Security Council meets at the request of Iran, which...
Wow, Simply Steve, I am incredibly... How does that... I'm trying to tell a joke and there's like the most horrible thing pops up in chat. I didn't see that. I'm sorry, man. That's really terrible. Good friend's funeral, man. That is quite a shame. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully it was a good service, though.
Which is urging the body to condemn what it describes as blatant and unlawful aggression. For more, let's bring in our correspondent Tim Swanston, who is in Tel Aviv this morning. Tim, good morning. What has been the reaction from Iran so far?
Yeah, g'day, James. Well, although Tehran has, of course, vowed to defend...
So this is just an Australian reporter thing, huh? You guys get the chest bush going? I'm digging it. I'm digging it. So this is just an Australian reporter thing. Yeah, we got to get the chest hair going. There's no need for that button to be undone. There's no need for it. Not a need in the world for have that button, but thank God that button is undone. Makes me want to blast Katy Perry. Come on, guys. This is not okay. I'm not showing this. I'm showing this to frighten you. Start being frightened. Stop making fun of this. Okay? I can't control every single thing you do. That bothers me.
Itself, we're yet to see it really carry out any of the key threats.
But no, Simply Steve, man. You know, take care of yourself, dude. You know, seriously. You know, take some time if you need to. Don't feel bad. Don't feel like you're wasting time by doing nothing and just, thinking about stuff, right? Because, like, sometimes you just have to process, that kind of shit. So I'm very sorry you had to deal with that today, man.
Threats of retaliation that are available to it, and those are really in two forms. Number one, closing off the Strait of Hormuz, and number two, attacking US assets in the region. As far as the Strait of Hormuz is concerned, which is that vital shipping route of oil and gas to the south of Iran, it's reported that Iran's parliament has approved the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, but local media are reporting that the country's top security body is still required to make a final decision.
It doesn't even sound like the markets have reacted. I guess because it's Sunday, but it doesn't really, like, I'm not seeing a lot of, like, market worry right now.
On this, of course, that could have major implications and further escalate the conflict at this stage. But at this moment, we understand that it hasn't happened. Now, as far as any attacks on US bases or US assets in the region, again, that hasn't happened. Of course, the US has a large presence in the Middle East, of course, in those Gulf countries too. It also pre-positioned quite a large number of military assets in the region before the strike. So we're yet to see it really carry out this strong rhetoric, these strong threats of retaliation that we've seen in the immediate aftermath of the United States striking those three key nuclear facilities.
Not likely. The United States will ensure that it's like 300 million, or that was the estimate that I saw last yesterday. I think that I brought up about 300 million a day. But Iran can't keep this up. I mean, they just can't. There's no fucking way. They don't have a rabbit in their hat. They don't have just like a massive Russian level stockpile of stuff. It's all been bluster. It really has been. Like, I don't think they have a rabbit up in their hat at all, because we would have seen it by now. We would have seen something. They're panicking. They haven't done jack shit. They just got completely obliterated. Have they even struck Israel in retaliation, or am I missing something?
Now, Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi spoke to...
Like the stuff that I have down here, this wasn't retaliation strikes, was it? The elite Republican Guard, yeah. I mean, they're kind of frozen right now, aren't they?
Spoke in Turkey today. He said that Tehran could not return to diplomacy while it was under attack by Israel.
We'll go to Al Jazeera and see what they have to say next.
And the United States.
I think it is irrelevant to ask Iran to return to diplomacy because we were in the middle of diplomacy. We were in the middle of talks with the United States when Israelis blew it up.
That's true, and the world doesn't care because the world doesn't want to care. If the world found it strategic to care, they would care. But isn't it funny how much the truth doesn't actually matter when parties involved don't care? It's like, yes, that's true. And also, it doesn't matter. Isn't that fucked up?
And again, we were in the middle of talks and negotiation with Europeans. Happened only 2 days ago in Geneva, when this time Americans decided to blow it up. So we were in diplomacy, but we were attacked. I'm not in a position to reveal what we are going to do in response to what Americans did last night.
The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has called for the condemnation of the United States attacks. He said,
"It's fucked up to say it. It's super fucked up to say this. It's super colonial to say this. But the smartest fucking thing to do is nothing." The smartest thing to do is to get on Donald Trump's dick and go ye fucking ha. If you want to keep your regime, if you want to keep your government, if you want to stop Israel, if you want Donald Trump to start encouraging Israel to slow down, it's there somewhere. I understand how imperialist that is. Iran has a right to defend itself.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
What? They do have a right to defend themselves. But the only thing to do, the only way to get out of this with your regime intact and to slow down Israel is to let Donald Trump think he's won. To say we give up because of Donald Trump. We're done with the nuclear program, the nuclear power, nuclear weapons. We're not touching it. We give up. Donald Trump has won. Please treat us seriously. Please continue to treat us like a serious government. And that would because Donald Trump wants that win. He wants the fucking Nobel Peace Prize. I know he does. He does, dude. He wants that shit. He wants to say, I created peace in the Middle East. If Iran gives that to Donald Trump now becomes the savior of Iran. But the Ayatollah is a dummy. He's proud. He's a theocrat. He's evangelical. He's an extremist, right? A zealot. He can't bend the knee. He can't kiss the ring. So he's gonna shoot them goddamn missiles. He's gonna blow up a fucking base or something. I don't know. I don't know what he's gonna do. It's not gonna be the right move, because the right move is to prostrate yourself to Donald Trump and give him the win that he so desperately wants. Give him the peace in the Middle East that he so desperately wants. Wants that shit so bad it hurts. Really, seriously. So the Ayatollah here has a fucking chance. Give it to Trump. Donald Trump wins. No more nuke stuff. We're done. All right? Sorry. You know? Do it in a way that doesn't make you sound like a weak bitch, okay? All right? You know what I mean? But basically say Donald Trump won. We're, you know, we're done with the nukes. You know what I mean? I already said it, right? That would stop it. That would put the brakes on everything immediately, dude. That would get Donald Trump on the phone with Bibi. Bibi, got to slow down. Okay, that's it. We're getting peace. We're doing ceasefire. Gonna do it. We ended the nuke situation. Okay, it's my big dub. You're giving this to me, Bibi. You're giving this to me. Go back to your genocide in Gaza. We're done with Iran. We're done. They're giving it to me. I'm getting the victory. I'm getting my peace prize. You're done. You're done in Iran. I'm not firing another missile. They're giving me the dub. They're saying I basically am the reason why there's no more nuclear threat from Iran in the Middle East. Okay, shut the fuck up. It would completely flip the script. Bibi would be flipping the fucking tea table, man.
Is that this is a blatant and unlawful act of aggression.
Shower stream reporting. That was top-notch newscasting. What? I've never done that.
And wants it condemned in the strongest possible terms. Now, we did hear from UN Secretary Antonio Guterres on Saturday. He branded the US strikes on Iran as a dangerous escalation in the region, already on the edge, and a direct threat to international peace and security.
We're hearing out of Washington that the White House is saying this is a limited attack. However, Israel continues its aerial bombardment. It doesn't seem to be letting up, does it?
No, because here's something that I haven't heard anyone talk about. The Iranian people are not down for a war with anybody, even in retaliation. There's all that, they want to see, yeah, no, they're going to, yes, this will make the administration look weaker if they don't do something, I guess. But the people are not like, there's no, I don't think there's any appetite whatsoever from the Iranian. They're not going to be like, oh, you attacked our government. Oh, as long as there isn't a fucking invasion and the attacks continue to be on the government and military, the Iranian people, well, I guess there have been civilian attacks. So I guess the more civilian attacks, the more Iranian people are going to be on the side. But I don't think there's been enough to get the Iranian people on the side of a full-blown conflict.
It really doesn't. This bombardment, these air...
Oh, Simply Steve, you're talking about the booby streamer. Yeah, she was fun.
Attacks on Iran are just relentless. The ABC has spoken to people in Iran who say that these attacks continue right across large swathes of the country, and there's considerable fear as well of being caught up in these strikes, as well as also if this does grow out into a broader conflict with the United States, growing into a long war of attrition. As far as Israel's perspective, the IDF has said that this is a turning point in the campaign. An IDF spokesperson said that we must remember the campaign continues. We have more targets to attack and objectives to complete. We continue to increase the pace of our attacks in accordance with the plan, and we're prepared to continue as long as necessary. We've already started to see some reports of recent deaths of Iranian military personnel just in the last few hours. State-run news agencies are reporting that several Iranian Revolutionary Guards were killed in attacks on military sites. Iran's army says a brigade chief and 2 soldiers were killed in western Iran. So it's clear that Israel has continued its relentless pace of air attacks on Iran. We did see some retaliatory strikes from Iran here in Tel Aviv a few hours after the United States hit the nuclear facilities in Iran. It appeared to hit significantly 2 sites here in Tel Aviv.
So there were immediate retaliation strikes against Israel.
One of those sites just south of Tel Aviv a few hours ago, and spoke to a woman whose home had been destroyed. Here's what she had to say.
The bomb was something that just blew my eardrum away, basically. I think I have some kind of a loss of hearing, I'm not sure. And then pitch dark, nothing. It was just really dark. There was dust everywhere, rubble everywhere. I screamed to my husband. At the beginning, he didn't answer. I freaked out, screamed to him again, and then eventually he heard me.
About 20 people were injured in this wave of retaliatory strikes. No people are really dying. There's really very few fatalities as far as these recent retaliatory strikes, partially because many Israelis are very used to getting to bunkers, very used to the advanced warning systems as well that the Israeli Defense Forces put out well ahead of time.
That's actually a miracle.
So, of course, with both sides here, Iran clearly telegraphing that it won't come to the negotiating table while Israel continues to to attack, and Israel, of course, for its part, saying that this is a protracted campaign and that it's prepared to continue. It seems the two sides are very far apart.
Whoa.
It's very unclear.
Whoa, what the fuck? Continue? You got to do justification, or we're just on autopilot? Can someone tell Israel that their entire justification for this, for what they're doing has just been obliterated with a fucking 90,000 tons of American kick-ass fucking penetrated deep and then exploded underneath? I've never seen an explosion like that, right? Because I thought I was going to see a crater. What I saw was 3 natural disasters. It looks like the whole thing. I mean, we saw the explosions, big fucking explosions, but then the site looks like nothing happened. It's like the whole thing was swallowed.
To see how there's a negotiation, a resolution to this anytime soon.
Yeah, okay. I mean, is there any, look, I get it, all right? There's certain elements of the media, they have to appear or be objective. I get all that, but I don't know, man. Like, can any of these outlets keep it real? Hey, some drunk guy. See, this is what we need to be doing right now. What are we doing, guys? What are we doing? Simply Steve, especially you, buddy. Get your ass a ticket to New Orleans. Right, look at this, day drinking. He's day drinking. It's like 2, what time is it in New Orleans? What, 3 o'clock? 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This guy's getting completely ripped. This guy is fucking completely ripped. Let's go. He's directing traffic. See? Look at that. Come on. Hold on. This is live, folks. Oh, he's got his dog. He got his dog there. I thought he was directing traffic. He was moving his dog around. Okay. Yeah, welcome to America. Larry Bird fan. We got a tuk-tuk. 2 ladies out having some fun. This guy's completely fucking ripping blitzed. Wow. This is it, folks. This is America right here. That is so crazy. Shit's happening right now. Is it Pride? Is that was that what I'm missing? Is it Pride? All of a sudden I'm getting a bunch of live streams for real places. That's so cool. That's weird. I know as soon as I click stop streaming.
Targets Iran. As part of the strikes, the IAF struck storage and missile launching.
As soon as I click stop streaming, that's as soon as something breaking is going to happen.
Again, storage and missile launching infrastructure, as well as military satellites and radar sites used for creating an aerial intelligence assessment in Kermanshah and Hamadan in western Iran. In addition, a surface-to-air missile launcher was struck in the area of Tehran. So the UN Security Council meeting is over now. I don't know if there's going to be, I don't think we're going to hear from, I'll keep an eye on it. I don't know if, I don't really expect to see people speaking after, but I'll keep an eye on it. We're going to get rid of that right now, though, and put up something else over there. Maybe we'll put up the Haifa camera. Actually, what I should do, hang on a moment here.
What you going to do?
What I should do probably is...
Take your pants off? Take them off.
We're gonna be talking about the U.S. bombing Iran. That's obviously a big topic today, but I kind of want to watch the press conference because I never saw it. It was at 8 a.m. So, I mean, at a certain point, if I don't play the press conference, we'll probably spend just as much as time talking about the details of the press conference. So rather than hearing me talk about the press conference, which I haven't even seen, probably best to just play it. I don't think it's that long. I think that's probably the best idea. And then we can move forward and, talk about it, take your comments.
Which one? Which press conference? What, from Iran?
I just think it's
Israel's?
probably the best thing to do.
The U.S.'s? Which one? Which one is he talking about?
I have it right here.
Yes, we'll find out here. News.
Well, it was probably half an hour, 25 minutes, but it's important.
That's fine.
I think it's the thing to do. Also, during the press conference, if there's any huge news, I'll just cut in to the. I'll be checking the news also during the press conference. So if there's like a missile alert or something, I'll just cut into the press conference.
Okay.
What I'm going to do right now is let's do it this way. I have a question for you guys. My question is.
God. Okay.
I think I'm going to play it full screen. That seems like the thing to do. Right? I would assume you guys want to see it full screen.
Okay.
I can always cut back to. Again, I can cut back to anything else I want if something happens. Dude. I'm not seeing anything huge and breaking right now.
Just go.
Hold on a second here. By the way, a quick thanks to TP. TP has given a bunch of people gift memberships. Thank you, TP. I appreciate that. Make sure you thank TP if you got a membership. Also, PZ Papa Zulu. Thanks for your support. He says the DJT is out of the bottle.
Oh my God, I'm not. We're not doing this. Hey, 20 seconds ago, Kyle put this up. Let's watch it.
All right, y'all, I got some more major breaking news here for you. So Trump just validated that indeed what the U.S. is trying to do in Iran is regime change. He said the following: "It's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change?" And then he says, MEGA, which is make Iran great again. So this is yet again absolute verification that the real goal that the U.S. and Israel want in Iran is regime change. I warned you about this. It's the curse of being right all the time about everything. But I told you yesterday when they attacked their 3 major nuclear facilities that this is not the actual goal. This is just a smokescreen. They're just obfuscating with this. This is the cover story that they use. The cover story is they're about to get a nuke and we can't have that. They weren't about to get a nuke, and even if they were about to get a nuke, it wouldn't be a threat to us. They would only have it for deterrence against Western aggression. So what's happening here is he's taking the mask off. The cat's out of the bag now. The truth is out. The real goal is regime change in Iran. That's the real goal. So what's going to happen from here is Iran's going to retaliate. There's a number of things they can do in retaliation. One of those things is to attack U.S. bases in the region. That very well may happen. Another thing is shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. The ball is already rolling on that front, so I'll have a lot more to say about this tomorrow on the show. Definitely tune in. Subscribe below on Secular Talk. You're not going to want to miss it. We have a giant show with so many super important stories. I'm not going to get into all of it here, but the bottom line is Iran's going to retaliate, then the U.S., of course, is going to retaliate to the retaliation. But remember, the main question is who fucking started it? Who started all this? It was the U.S. Trump ripped up the original agreement with Iran in 2018. They were abiding by that agreement.
So, and this is the problem when you have to, when you're in a situation like Kyle and you have a channel with like a bunch of subscribers and they expect a lot of videos, boom, boom, you got to be on top of this stuff. Because if he was doing what we are doing, which is like slowly absorbing various things and trying to get a better idea, he might not be saying some of this stuff here, quite honestly, because like it or not, the whole apple cart seems to be tipping upside down for Iran. I don't know. I mean, is Trump like is this regime change or is this regime collapse? With a little push, with a little nudge. I mean, a big nudge. Okay, we'll say that. With a big nudge, a big shove. 3 fucking bunker busters. That's a pretty big shove. But you know what I mean? Like, this was a regime that was already on shaky ground. Like, the whole thing seemed like ready to implode. Correct me if I'm wrong. Beautiful wherever he's at. I think this is him in Crystal's home. Good for him.
Agreement perfectly. And then now he turns around after the fact and says, why aren't you abiding by the agreement? Abiding by what agreement? You ripped it up. That gives them a green light to do whatever the fuck they want to do. And even given that, they weren't building nuclear weapons. They only had uranium enrichment to the level of power for their power grid and for scientific research. But here is Trump, yet again, validating, verifying exactly what I told you. I told you the ultimate goal is regime change. It's not just me saying it. Cy Hirsch also reported that the other day, that the green light had already been given, not just to attack Iran's nuclear facilities.
Cy Hirsch, I don't know if I trust that source anymore, dude.
But ultimately, to take out the entire Iranian Revolutionary Guard, to take out the supreme leader, to take out the mullahs. He even reports that one of the long-term goals is destroy all the civil infrastructure in Tehran. Go after police stations, for example, is one of the things that he listed. So the truth is finally out there. He's being open, he's being honest about it. And by the way, all of the MAGA losers who were trying to cover their asses when they used to pretend they were anti-war and now they immediately flip and they're pro-war, what they were saying was, or at least what many of them were saying was, this isn't regime change. This is just like, a quick strike in and out. It's actually defensive. It's not offensive. And Trump was getting bad advice. But also, this was like a major success. And clearly, this is not like a long-term engagement. Clearly, like, he just acted decisively. This is peace through strength. And like, now we're good, bro. So they had all this coke that was built up around it. But Trump comes out literally day one after the illegal and offensive bombing. And Trump admits this is actually about regime change. So I'm going to say it again, and you're going to hear me say this a lot in the coming days and coming weeks and coming months. But
I mean, we kind of have to factor in that Donald Trump talks a lot of shit, though. You know what I mean? That he has like when he's talking shit, it's a maximalist approach. He puts everything on the table. That's where all this nuke stuff came from, right? Well, technically it's on the table. We'll never touch it, right? But technically it's there. That might be what's happening here.
You have to impeach. This is not a question. This is not a debate. This is not up in the air. This is not open to interpretation. He flagrantly is violating the Constitution. Remember, only Congress can declare war. Only Congress can. This is a unilateral decision to bring the U.S. into war. That is impeachment worthy. It is impeachment worthy. They'll come up with some bullshit story about, no, we're allowed to do this because it was defensive.
I agree,
There's
but
literally fucking no evidence for that whatsoever. Absolutely preposterous. And then they'll move the goalpost to, oh no, this was covered under the authorization for use of military force from the early.
I mean, can one single can an AOC, or a Bernie Sanders, trigger an impeachment and then everyone has to go along with it, or does this require some kind of consensus? Because if it requires any kind of consensus from the neoliberal Democrats or the right-wing Republicans, then it ain't happening, dog. It's not happening. You know what I mean? So I might technically agree with him, but also, right? It's like, what's the reality on of this situation? At the very least, I guess on principle, we should see Democrats calling for and talking about impeachment. I feel like that's a fair criticism, at least, to make.
2000s for the war on terror, even though Iran had nothing to do with 9/11, Iran had nothing to do with the war on terror, right? So it's going to be utterly made up. Impeach, impeach, impeach. Democrats, get out there. I want to hear everybody screaming about this on the talk shows. We need coordinated messaging from the top down. No more of this shit. He's a psychopath. He's a danger to the entire fucking world. And he's about to destroy this country further and destroy the world and light it on fire, as he already started the process with the other day.
This movie sucked. The Jackal with Bruce Willis and Richard Gere. Really bad. Really, really, really bad. I think that the kids would watch a movie like that and say, was this written by AI? Hey, Tim Dillon, 3 days ago, he's talking about the Iran war. Pretty hilarious stuff. They're gobsmacked. They're shocked. I can't believe this is what I voted for. I can't believe it. Yeah, there's like some cool scenes. Like Jack Black gets fucking obliterated, which is great. But it's a really, like, every stereotype, every cliche, every single one of them is in this movie. Soundtrack is good. Massive Attack, good soundtrack.
You know, let's hope here that we can move forward and that this isn't our final episode because we're in some nuclear Armageddon. We don't want that.
So this is what gets you views, huh? Being gut-wrenchingly obnoxious. Okay. He got a fucking Beanie Baby. That's cute.
But it is just funny. It's just real. It doesn't matter who's in there.
Both sides, right? Yeah. Let's not add in. And once again, what did I talk about yesterday when it comes to both sides? It's a refugee for the lazy. Right? This is where you go when you're politically lazy. You basically admit, I don't want to look things up. I don't want to have a nuanced perspective about the democratic neoliberal left. You know, I want to just throw it all away. If I can't be a Republican, if it's morally and like if it's morally clear that I can't be a Republican, then I just want to throw away politics and give up. I don't want to learn what kind of leftist I am. I don't want to admit that I'm a leftist. Both sides. Yeah. And then the corporate neoliberals, they see this and they go, we just need the right message to get the Tim Dillons of the world on our side. We need to be anti-abortion, but pro-economy. And how right-wing do we have to be to get the Tim Dillons of the world on our side? You know, instead of trying to show that leftist policy, that, progressive policy can be a winner, that can make people's lives better, to try and get the Tim Dillons on our side that way. Right? Because that's what we need. That's what Tim Dillon needs to do. He needs to bend the knee and understand that, okay, if you disagree morally with what the direction of the right wing is, you don't both sides suck, I give up. You accept that you're on the left, and then you crack open a fucking book, you read a little bit, you discover, okay, what is the difference between a liberal and a neoliberal? What's the difference between a liberal and a progressive? Progressive is kind of a nebulous term, right? Because a lot of progressives are democratic socialists. A lot of progressives are basically liberals. What's the difference between a democratic socialist and a fucking Marxist, right? There's a lot of differences there. And then you're like, okay, this is what I am. Oh, all right, yeah, okay. I'm actually a centrist, because like if you want to be a centrist, then you would basically be a liberal, a classic Jimmy Carter style liberal. But it's like, I don't want to do the homework. I don't want to figure that out, because it does take a little bit of digging. You got to basically kind of entrench yourself a little bit. There's no one book. There's no one little pamphlet you can read. You kind of just have to steep yourself in this stuff for a little bit. So it's lazy. And go figure, the fat comedian slob is fucking lazy. And he's like, oh, well, if I can't play with my toys as a Republican, that's the vein that I'm comfortable in. But if I morally can't really sustain my image, and kudos to him, he has morality, he has principles at some level. But it's like, if I can't be in my comfortable Republican piggy lane, my Rush Limbaugh lane, then I just want to throw away politics. I don't want to participate. I don't want to find out what kind of leftist I am.
But it is just funny. It's just real. It doesn't matter who's in there. It just really doesn't matter who's in there. War is the business. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing here. So anybody that gets overly invested in politics, like,
see what I mean?
I get it, I guess. If you're like
pathetic.
daughter lost your swim race to a guy.
You're fucking pathetic. You're pathetic, and the people you represent are fucking pathetic. They might as well be meat. You're the fucking king of meat.
With a cock or something. You know what I mean? Like, I mean,
what?
You know. But when you get overly invested in politics, I've been on this beat for a minute. You just have to sit back and laugh. That's why I make fun of it all, because, like...
Right. Okay, I can't take this. Thank you so much. You know, burn in hell, you piece of fucking flying crap. You're part of the fucking problem, Tim Dillon. You're part of the fucking problem. Right? Oh, this is hard. I embrace ignorance. This is hard. Wow, I dipped my toes into politics. I didn't realize how difficult this was. I thought you guys were all just a bunch of pussies. Nut up, puss. Nut up, bitch. Welcome to the real fucking world, you pampered bitch. Oh, this is hard. Throw away politics. Just give up. Millionaire sitting there. Fuck you. All right. Starsky, let's see what he has to say about this whole Iran situation. He's a Ukraine-focused streamer, of course.
Iran were their own capital.
Back it up here a bit.
The regime of Khamenei did. They said that we don't know what happened. It crashed itself. Recent events that took place in the Middle East. We're talking about Trump's invasion of Iran, Trump's attack on Iran, and what it means to Ukrainians, because I'm a Ukrainian, so obviously I will talk a bit about this. So very, very happy to see you, my friends. Hello, Katie here, and position changed, position varies, okay, in the society. There's a lot of people wholeheartedly supporting American attack on Iran. There's a lot of people who say that this is basically...
Now remember, Ukraine, the terror in the sky, it sounds like a fucking lawnmower of doom. You know, these Shahed drones, right, coming straight from Iran. I could imagine, you know, how people feel in Ukraine right now.
An escalation. Some of the smarter MAGA people say that they didn't really expect this guy who was like rooting for peace around the world and talks with Russian terrorists, with China, with Iran and everything else, all of a sudden decided to attack this country instead of negotiating. Why doesn't he want to attack Russia, for example, you know, for striking Ukraine, or at least intercept Russian missiles? We will not see that happening, of course, but he doesn't really want to negotiate with Iran, and that's a different thing. But as for Ukrainians, what is the main position, what is the main stance in the Ukrainian society regarding the American airstrikes on Iran? We gotta look at this from two perspectives. Perspective number one is emotional, and perspective number two is logical, right? Emotional perspective among the Ukrainian people is, of course, a lot of Ukrainians do support those strikes. Why? Because you can't really blame Ukrainians for that. Iran supported Russia with Shahed drones that killed plenty of Ukrainian civilians. A lot of Ukrainians lost their lives due to what the Iranian regime did.
Going back to what I was talking about, bad strategy, right? This could have been completely different. The whole outlook could have been completely different. The pressure on Donald Trump to not do this could have been much stronger had the supreme leader, you know, tucked his ego away for a little bit and actually tried to make some alliances with the White Devil.
Directly. right? So
no, but he positioned himself as an enemy. He stood defiant, and look, I guess that deserves credit, you know. But at the end of the day, that you know, this is what happens. These forces were stronger than you. You put up a good front for several decades, but these forces were always stronger than you, always. And here this bumbling buffoon gets to fucking do a double hand jerk all over your theocracy.
I don't think that you will blame Ukrainians very much
Kind of embarrassing.
for that. First of
right?
all, 2020, I believe it was 8th of January 2020, Iran shot down Ukrainian airplane over Tehran, which was, by the way, crazy. I remember that day what did I do back in 2020? I think it was around COVID hysteria, but
fucking 2 minutes into it and it's story time. Look, no offense to Starsky here, but I think we basically get the gist. All right, we got some live Al Jazeera. Let's see what's going on.
Well, there's also been reaction from Europe. Our diplomatic editor James Bay says this from The Hague.
I think there's been some head scratching in Western capitals, those allies of the United States, what to say about what has just happened. We have a statement from the so-called E3. This is 3 European countries, the UK, Germany and France, that have been involved.
Just put out a statement that just goes, I'm BB's bitch. I'm on my knees for BB. Just go ahead and just put out a fucking 1-sentence statement. I'm on my knees for BB. And then just let the world know. You know what I mean? Like, can it be any more obvious?
Nuclear diplomacy in Iran for a very long time. They were involved in the nuclear
This
deal.
guy in The Hague, of all fucking places, to be reporting on this shit. I love it. He's in The Hague to report on the Western war crimes that will never be, tried, in this place where they tried the Nazis.
In 2015, the deal that Donald Trump ripped up. And of course, these 3 foreign ministers were sitting down with
that was Nuremberg. Sorry.
Iranian foreign minister just hours before the US launched its attack. It's clear Donald Trump was talking diplomacy, but in fact it was a ruse. And so the US...
He thinks he's so clever, doesn't he, Donald Trump? I tricked you. Yeah, okay, buddy. Yeah, you got us.
Was not practicing diplomacy, in this case practicing deceit. Now these E3 foreign ministers, their statement is interesting, I think, because you have to read between the lines about what's not in this statement. They say that they discussed the latest developments in the Middle East in recent hours, and they say earlier today the US conducted military strikes against nuclear facilities in Iran. What they don't say is whether they think that strike was a good thing or a bad thing. And we have different things coming out from the E3. The statement from the French foreign minister notes what's happened with concern, whereas the German foreign minister seems to see some justification. He says that preventing Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons is legitimate. So I think difficult times for these Western leaders, how exactly to respond.
It really does depend on, if Iran is able to turn this into a quagmire, they can't come out and be like, yeah, that was a good move. But if this basically is a win, and then they can come out. They can come out and say, "Yeah, this was necessary. This was ultimately the right move." So I think everyone's in kind of a wait and see mode.
They may like what the United States has done, but I think they're worried about the legality behind it and whether this is actually legitimate in international law. James Bayes, Al Jazeera, in The Hague.
Well, on the diplomatic front, Iran's foreign ministers arrived in Moscow where they'll have talks with President Vladimir Putin on Monday. Russia's UN envoy condemned the US bombings in Iran as irresponsible and dangerous at Sunday's emergency meeting at the Security Council.
Oh, better watch out!
Washington yet again demonstrated its complete contempt for the position of the international community. Washington reasserted that to further the interests of its Israeli ally, it's prepared not only to turn a blind eye to the killing of tens of thousands of Palestinian women, children, and older persons, but also to gamble with the safety and well-being of humanity as a whole. Through their actions, the U.S. has opened a Pandora's box. No one knows what new catastrophe catastrophes and suffering it will bring.
Looking like an adult bald baby.
Joins us from Paris. Good to see you, Marwan. It's a kind of strange topsy-turvy world when we have Russia pleading with the world not to see the sovereignty of another country eroded. I mean, we can clearly see that diplomatic efforts are being made at the UN. Meanwhile, Abbas Araghchi is heading to Moscow. What kind of stake does Russia have in this crisis and in helping to solve it?
I mean, you're right. It is paradoxical that, Putin wants to play a role in resolving one conflict when he is fully engaged in another. But putting that aside, I think he does have a role to play if he wants to, or he's allowed to, if the Iranians insist on it, whereby he completes the symmetry, if you will, between the United States and Israel on the one side, Iran and Russia on the other side. And that could actually be a formula whereby asymmetry is created. The United States is supposed to lean on Israel and Russia will lean on Iran, and hence there would be some sort of a bridging of some sort, a communication going. But so far, I think Trump is not interested really in asymmetry. He's much more interested in dominating and dictating to the Iranians what to do and allowing the Israelis to finish winning, as he puts it.
Mm-hmm. As you say, the suggestion is that there are attempts to create a kind of architecture by way of diffusing the tension. Russia, on the one hand, playing a role in diffusing things on behalf of Iran, the US with Israel. But then, of course, you have this bombshell thrown into the middle of it all. We'd heard from Pete Hegseth and J.D. Vance both saying that this wasn't about regime change. Now Donald Trump's weighed into things saying, why wouldn't there be?
I love it. I love it when Trump does this. I love it when Trump does this to his fucking cabinet. It's so fucking funny, isn't it? It's so funny. Nope, it's not. Nope, we're definitely not doing that. Nope, Tulsi Gabbard over here. Nope, there's no nuclear. Nope, no nuclear program. And Trump's like, yes, there is. And they're like, yep. Oh, yes, yes, there is. There's big time worry. He just contradicts them. I just love it. I just fucking love it.
A regime change.
Total
Make
chaos.
Iran great again. I mean, if you were Iran now in the midst of trying to calibrate a response to US strikes on your country, how would you read comments like that, pushing for possible regime change?
I think in some recent days, the Australian Prime Minister was asked about a Trump tweet or something of that nature, and he said, "Didn't I tell you to stop asking me about what Trump said the night before? I don't have no response." So I think Trump does these things in order to get reactions, to get a response. Look, these things. The thing that he 100%. Dreams up at night,
and it goes back exactly to what Vlad Vexler was saying. How it's a theatric kind of thing, right? He just wants reaction, and he like even if it's a negative reaction, if it's like everyone's talking about me, he's likely to take it. Ironically, though, when it comes to the nuke stuff, he might have bumbled into not a good decision, I'll say, but a decision that people assumed was going to be catastrophic. And he might have bumbled into something that, because if he has successfully removed nuclear enrichment from Iran, just like literally removes that off the table, people will perceive that as a win. I hate to say it.
He hears on Fox News the evening before. He talks to one of his fellow billionaires that morning, and he tweets or does his Truth Social, what have you. These are not things that are worked out through the decision-making process.
Always on message.
In the National Security Council, within the interdepartmental.
I love how he said nobody knows what I'm going to do.
State and Pentagon and so on. None of that.
It's like,
he just kind of, mix things up, hoping for more attention, hoping people forget about his 2 weeks deadlines. We won in Iran, and so on and so forth. He wants attention. He wants to continue to stir the pot. He wants to continue to, have people ask him about what's next. What are you going to do? What is Trump thinking today? that kind of thing.
If Trump wants to show that he is indeed strong and is indeed across what is going on in Iran, it means he needs to show the world that the United States is the senior partner in attacking Iran. I guess it may need to be able to show also that it has the power to call Israel off. Is that within Trump's capacity?
Bulletproof. Make
Absolutely
him president.
It is. Absolutely, it is. Never has a prime minister in Israel been as dependent on an American president as Netanyahu has been the past 2 years. And yet neither Biden nor Trump used their leverage with him. And I don't mean use their leverage to stop the war in Gaza or to stop the war in Iran. Even a far less demands on Israel that is using, $23 billion of taxpayers' money, using American weapons, using American diplomatic shield. That Israel is not even responding to the minimum requests by America on a number of issues. So I think Trump can certainly use his leverage with Netanyahu to get a number of things. Unfortunately, it's been flipped around, right? It's Netanyahu that used the leverage of being street smart with basically, quite a gullible American president, it seems, who accepts lies from the Israeli above and beyond what his own director of national intelligence tells him, and above what his base has been crying for, which let's stop the, forever wars. Instead of Trump walking away from that, this has been I think the eighth war, eighth attack that America carries against a Muslim country for the past 15 years. That's an average of one attack, one war every 2 years against a Muslim country. Imagine.
Oh, come on.
Good to hear your thoughts. Many thanks.
Come on, bro.
There. Al Jazeera senior political analyst joining us from Paris.
If only this guy knew how convenient it is to blame Muslims for all of our problems. If it's a really effective political tactic. If only this guy understood.
Well, the eyes of the world have shifted to Israel's conflict with Iran, but people in Gaza are still being killed there. Attacks at aid distribution sites haven't stopped, and hospitals are still struggling to keep up with the casualties. Khalid Mahmoud reports from Gaza City.
As tension between Israel and Iran dominate headlines across the region, the people of Gaza continue to pay the highest price. Not from missiles in the Gulf, but from bullets and bombs here at home. Over the past 72 hours, airstrikes and drone attacks across central...
No, I can't. I'm going to get in more trouble if I show some of that stuff. I got it down here as well, so I better shrink that as well. I got to be careful with Al Jazeera. I better find a different live. Because they're not afraid to show the reality of Gaza. Even censored, it's too much. I can't show you, Wonder what ethnicity will bomb next? Let's go after the Netherlands. That's what I think we should do. I want to bomb the Netherlands. They're too damn cocky. They're too happy over there. They need to get a taste of this misery. Great thumbnail. Great thumbnail, LBC. You heard me. I want to bomb the Netherlands. The Dutch are amazing. Yeah, they're happy. Their society is beautiful. Their women are beautiful. Everything is beautiful. I'm just going to bomb the shit out of them. No one's allowed to be happy. It pisses me off how happy they are. Go for it. Go for it, guys. Join his stream. He's right. This is trash. This is total trash. Whatever that person is doing. But you're just spamming other people's chat right now. How is that better than what I'm doing? It's probably still better though, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I'm just trying to find some live, you know what I mean? Just some live information here. Go to his stream, folks. It's much better. It's much better. It's not, his stuff is based. My stuff is not based. His stuff is based. Oh, here we go. This will keep your attention.
Been rocked by massive explosions. Bushehr, remember, is home to a key Iranian nuclear reactor. So you had Isfahan that's been targeted, you've had Natanz that's been targeted, you've had Fordo that was targeted, and it was basically for Fordo that Israel required US assistance because nobody else operates either the B-2 Spirit bombers or the GBU-57s. This is the second longest deployment in terms of distance of the B-2 bombers. In the past, it's only after 9/11 that in Afghanistan, the B-2 bombers flew from continental United States of America, bombed Afghanistan, and returned to the United States. This is the second longest.
I'm being totally honest. This guy's been doing this for like 2 hours now. I couldn't do this for 2 minutes. I couldn't do this. I couldn't do any of this for 2 minutes, man. And he's just blasting through it hour after hour, repeating the same thing over and over and over again. In this bonkers, totally bonkers, end of the goddamn apocalypse, end of the world shit happening in the back. He's just repeating the same things over and over and over and over and over again.
Targeted, and this is in retaliation of Iran firing 40 missiles at Israel after the airstrike.
He's losing it, dude. He's on lap 40. You know, he's done this 40, 50 times now, over and over and over and over and over again. You can only do it so many fucking times.
Iran war is escalating, but how long will it continue?
Jesus Christ. What, Jesus? What just happened?
Welcome back. Big story coming in on Iran's non-kinetic response. It has planned to a deadly revenge, oil route revenge. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Chairman and Iranian MP Ismail Kawsari has said that Parliament has approved closure of the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, yeah.
The final
Once again, it's old news. Yeah, we already know this.
Security Council. So Iran
we knew this hours ago.
The strategic Strait of Hormuz, which actually sees 1/5, almost 20% of global crude oil and also 20% of global LNG passing through this very narrow strait. If Iran were to close this will not only adversely impact Iran, it will adversally impact multiple countries, including Saudi Arabia, and supply downstream
India braces
in
for
the Indian
Khrushchev.
Ocean region, and of course in the South China Sea. It will also impact China adversely. What we are now being told is that Iran is considering planting
Tom Cooper
sea
exclusive.
mines in the Strait of Hormuz.
We got a Tom Cooper exclusive coming up.
Likely in global supply. Oil would be a massive setback for global supply.
What are you doing on your stream right now? What is Raf Sama doing? What is he doing on his stream that's so good? All right, I gotta go. Let's go, dude. Fuck this. This stream is now a Raf Sama stream. I'm now a Raf Sama. What is he doing? Look at what the fuck is this loser doing? Why am I coming here? Why? Hold on, let me unmute this. What is this? What is this pile of
Bro, why are you removing all my fucking Spotify links, bro? Or my Spotify songs?
Because it's trash. This is why.
Boring. All right.
This is better than me.
Yeah, and I ain't gonna lie, it's cooked, bro. It's cooked.
This is actual Duke. This is actual Dookie in my pants. What is this?
Bro, now these niggas gonna fuck it up too, bro.
What?
Niggas finna fuck up my shit, bro.
Yeah, no, yeah. Okay. Right. Right. That is lame. So he's paying weirdos to run around the Kick and tell people to go to his channel, and then that's what he's up to, dinking around on fucking Spotify, listening to fucking absolute garbage trap music. Not even the good shit, dude. That clicky, intentionally bad net spend style fucking music. You're not going to tell me net spend is good, dude. This isn't no generational gap. This shit is trash. Shit is trash. You want to know what I'm talking about? Look at this. Look at this. Yeah, no. Look, this is the fucking garbage you're listening to. No, play his fucking music. Whatever he calls it. Play the fucking music that he plays. Yeah, here we go. It's Baby's first song, like Baby's first trap song. I'd rather be tied to a chair watching this 24/7 than listening to 3 minutes of fucking net spend.
A big story coming in on Iran's non-kinetic response. It has planned to a deadly revenge, oil route revenge. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps General and Iranian MP Ismail Kausari has said that Parliament has approved.
Yeah, I checked out Raf Sama's stream. It was complete fucking trash. He got all these fucking children in here. I went to his stream. It's complete fucking dookie trash. What is he doing? What does he do? He's jerking off on Spotify? Do something worth a damn. What is he up to? Look at this fucking stupid prick. He's got a fucking $5 mic on. He's literally doing jack shit about nothing. What the fuck are we watching this crap for? 602 viewers? Good God, why? Why? You children eat garbage like bugs in a fucking garbage dump. Like bugs in a dumpster. You just fucking munching on total trash. Like, I'm sorry I sound like a boomer, but what the fuck is this? This is complete fucking dookie. I'd rather look at Dookie harden on the sidewalk than watch that. Good God. I know as soon as I click stop streaming, as soon as I click that fucking button, something's gonna happen. I feel like Steve from Agenda Free. I know as soon as I click that fucking button, I'm gonna go take a break, and then I'm gonna come back, and the fucking nukes are gonna be flying. I know it. We got Pete Hegseth over here. It really does suck now. These live streams that are not live streams, and it's just literally showing shit. Like, there should be some kind of rule against showing, claiming that you're live when you're just showing the same shit over and over and over again. Crux is really bad. They just take a highlight reel and loop it and call it live.
7 bunker busters targeting Fordo and 30 Tomahawk cruise missiles at Isfahan and Natanz. Is it the end of Iran's nuclear weapons program for now? How long will this setback be for Iran?
Yeah, it will definitely roll it back for a while, but definitely not into the program. That has to come from political leadership to stop pursuing the program. While these sites were hit in 6 massive ordnance penetrators that can each penetrate 200 feet into concrete reinforced field, let alone a mountain, will definitely destroy whatever it was trying to destroy in Fordo, which is a massive complex. And the 14 of 15 nuclear scientists, the plutonium enrichment site that has been hit, multiple of these sites have been destroyed, but the ultimate destruction of the program has to be dismantled from the Islamic regime. Stop pursuing it, just like Iraq did in the 1980s after Israel hit its nuclear reactor, and the international community stepped in with inspectors and sanctions and basically trust but verify that the program truly is destroyed.
Now, Iran all along said it was complying with all IAEA regulations, rules and norms. Iran has said it's a violation of international law that an uranium enrichment program that was for peaceful use was targeted, whether at Fordo, Natanz or Isfahan. Your take on this.
Yeah, you should trust that statement about as much as you trust Pakistan's statements about Operation Sindoor. I mean, the IEA, the same one they're talking about on the morning before.
So
Israel
here he is
struck,
building consensus, right? Oh, you can't trust him. You can't trust
violation
him.
of the non-nuclear proliferation obligation. It was enriching uranium beyond what it would need for clean energy, but trust me, that's not why they're doing it. All intelligence, global intelligence said.
Yeah. Don't trust a pundit that says, trust me. Yeah. Right wing. What? So India wants this? Is that why we're seeing that? Vosh. Let's see what Vosh has to say. Iraq Part 2 just dropped.
The material that they've gathered already, it's a tremendous amount of material. And I think within a matter of weeks, or certainly within a matter of months, they're going to be able to have a nuclear weapon. We can't let that happen.
What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
It's shockingly hypocritical, and in a normal era with normal politics, this would be an insane scandal on its own. But essentially, yeah, Tulsi Gabbard has said correctly there's no evidence from American intelligence that they are pursuing a nuclear weapon. And then Trump got the call from Netanyahu and the MIC, and they were like, listen, buddy, we're going to do this, so you better play ball. And Trump was like, yes, sir. Anything you want, sir. Want me to eat your ass, sir? Want me to shine your shoes, sir? And then he was asked this, and he was like, no, actually, Tulsi Gabbard, director of American intelligence, is wrong. Yeah, sorry, the combined information, the intelligence network of the CIA and the NSA, and God only knows what our satellites are up to, all of that is wrong, okay? But my, unnamed source, I really wish the reporters would ask, where'd you get this intel from? If not American intel, where'd you get this intel from? Because if you could get Trump on TV to say, I'm not listening to my intelligence, okay, Netanyahu told me they have it, that would be really funny. It probably...
I think I just got kicked off YouTube. Let's see here. No? Nope, I'm still on YouTube. Okay. Restream is having problems with YouTube then. Interesting. Okay, so that's a Restream issue. Okay. All right. Not that it matters. Not that anyone's fucking watching this crap anyway.
It wasn't Netanyahu, though. It was probably some deep state ghoul, or maybe a liaison between Trump and the deep state ghouls. You know what I mean? They wouldn't talk to Trump directly because Trump's an idiot. They would talk to Miller or something, or and they would funnel. You know what I mean? I hope Tulsi gets him back for disrespect to the department. Why would? Oh, sorry. Why would she do that? Why would she do that?
Thank you, Bulletproof, for sticking around.
We have the Netanyahu statement.
Congratulations, President.
I think I'll hear what Vosh has to say here. Then, if there isn't any more, news, then I'll let everybody go. And you can go check out the other guy's stream there. See what his Spotify share list is. I'm sure you're dying to know.
Trump, your bold decision.
Addressed directly to Trump, because the best way to get him to do what you want him to do is just to tell him he's a good boy.
To target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today...
It's so embarrassing, dude. Again, I'm sure you know this, or at least a lot of you know this, or maybe you're too...
It is embarrassing. He's so blatantly playing Donald Trump like a fiddle, in front of the entire world. It is kind of embarrassing.
Young to know. It's actually really, really weird for an address congratulating a leader on a military strike to be addressed directly to that leader. In a normal society between normal countries, this would be the state of Israel thanks the United States for their assistance on this matter. That would be for basically all of modern history. That's more or less how this would go. Even in fascist regimes, that's how this would go. You know what I mean? Even with fascists obsess over the power of the state. So even people like Mussolini or Hitler would talk, as though the state of Germany, the fatherland, you know, they're like they're people. This weird, like, thank you, Trump shit is like so trying to get written into the will.
Today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump, I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
He didn't even mention the American troops. Just like this, this would be considered like a grave insult in the before times. It's a kind of like, what was the term just used in chat? Gangsterism. That is just normally not used at this level. This like very obvious, underhanded wheel and deal, like I scratch your back, you scratch mine. We're just a bunch of like kingmakers playing on a chessboard kind of deal. Like you're supposed to pretend. I guess I appreciate the honesty. Do you think this will shake MAGA? I think it has the potential to, at least with some people. But Trump's popularity has been declining rapidly for some time now. Like he's pretty under the water on a lot of issues. So it's death by 1,000 cuts. Not really. Fox already on it. Yeah, but most Republicans aren't getting their news from Fox, right? Especially young ones. Like young ones are going to get their news from Joe Rogan or whatever the. And like I don't know. I just don't imagine the average Joe Rogan viewer being that inclined to like, dude, did you hear we got involved in another war in the Middle East? Yes. Like I just don't think. I mean, it will work for a lot of them, but if even 1% of Trump supporters get disillusioned by this, that's a lot of people. It's over 1 million people. Well, a little less than 1 million people. Mike Johnson. Yeah, Mike Johnson was praising this. House GOP leaders praised Trump's strike on Iran as America First policy in action. Fantastic. Oh, you love to see it. It's all such a joke to these people. Thomas Massey said it was unconstitutional. Yeah. He likes to say shit like that. I'm not. How do you relate this news of U.S. bombing Iran on the Tucker Cruise interview? Well, it's kind of prescient, isn't it? Cruz is a Nazi, or at least pretends to be one, and is popular with Nazis and very far-right people, and they just don't want to go to war with Iran. Largely because they're anti-Semitic, but also to an extent because they're very weary of what they see as like institutionalized deep state politics, which is always very keen on going to war in the Middle East. You know? You mean Tucker? I said Cruz.
Yeah, so, Vosh... He's got some good insights. He really does.
Tucker, just look, replace whatever words I said with the ones that make sense and roll with that, okay? How did I get 12 hours of sleep last night and still wake up feeling exhausted, okay? I don't want to deal with you people.
I do appreciate how he's always quick to mention how pampered and easy his job is. He's like, I roll out of bed at 11, I hit start stream at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock. Good for him. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything. You know what I mean? And like, I know as soon as I click that button, shit's going to go down.
Said that it has also moved those centrifuges to a safe place a couple of days ahead of the strike, and some satellite imagery also attest to this.
Nice fucking mic, dude. What the fuck is going on with this guy's mic? Is this like, he sounds like a Counter-Strike fucking character.
16 trucks moving and relocating certain equipment from the Fordo nuclear facility from its entrance.
Bomb has been planted.
Iran has thought about this ahead of time and has moved those material, the highly enriched uranium.
It's really this picture is really haunting, in my opinion, because it's what you don't see. It's what you don't see. I wish they had pictures before and after, like taken from at a ground level, pointed at this facility, because I think we would see just a big divot, a sinking.
and as well as the equipment, including the centrifuges, to a safe place. And we should not forget that when the IAEA Board of Governors imposed that...
should we? I can't believe I haven't done this yet. We got to check out Press TV, right? Iranian state news. Let's see what's going on with Press TV. I was checking it out a couple weeks ago. This website is total dookie nuggets. It barely fucking works. Takes a long time to load. So you got to give them a break here, but it does work. You eventually do get
Jewish
the stream.
supremacy. Yes. So what you now have is people within that society having a greater friction and close and proximity to each other in shelters. So you've literally got racist Israelis who have been raised on the idea of supremacy are now in shelters alongside Sudani migrants, alongside Christians that they may spit on in Jerusalem if they see them, right? And so a lot of the fabric of the society is starting to disintegrate and fall apart. And that, what are the privileges of being the supreme group in the Middle East?
He's talking about Israel, I assume.
Over anyone's airspace whenever you want and bomb it. And actually, when the story is told, it will say that hubris was the undoing of the Zionist project.
And just moving on, David, what about Donald Trump's position in all this? I mean, he fought an election, a presidential election, less than a year ago, claiming to be the peace candidate.
The peace candidate and the candidate.
Okay, they're not really giving us anything that we haven't heard already. No offense to them. What's Iran's next move? ITV News is asking. Let's find out.
What is Iran's next move? Its leaders vow retaliation after the U.S. strikes on its nuclear sites.
You know what? I want one more of those. Give me fucking one more of that. Hit that fucking gong like it's 12 o'clock and you're a monk.
What is Iran's next move? Its leaders vow retaliation after the U.S. strikes on its nuclear sites. America's vast B-2 bombers tonight returned to base after the U.S. joined Israel's war.
The strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
A little piece of a little. You could do a Trump version of Springtime with Hitler. You absolutely could. A little piece of Poland, a little piece of France, a little piece of Turkey.
In response, a warning from Iran of everlasting consequences.
And there's the new Spaceballs.
The door for diplomacy
I'm using violence peacefully.
Keep open, but this is not the case
new
right now. We have to respond based on our legitimate right of self-defense.
It's yet to be established what damage was actually inflicted on Iran's nuclear program, but what is clear is that the Middle East is in an increasingly perilous place tonight. We'll get the latest from our correspondents in the US and across the region. As missile attacks fly again between Iran and Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu heralds America's intervention, a turning point in the war. Here, the Prime Minister speaks to President Trump tonight, urging a return to diplomacy and the negotiating table.
We've long had concerns about the Iranian nuclear program and been very clear that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. The US has now taken action to alleviate that threat.
And as the world waits for Iran's next move, what might the global superpowers strategy be? Raggy will bring us his assessment.
Here we fucking go, dude. Bong! Come get it!
This is ITV News at 10 with Julie Etchingham.
My heart is beating,
Good evening.
dude.
Even those who were convinced that America
Do it
would
right now.
join Israel's bombing of
Do it right
Iran
now.
were surprised by the scale, speed and stealth of last night's assault.
Okay, calm
More
down.
than
Everyone calm down.
125 US aircraft and dozens of missiles and bombs helped strike 3 Iranian nuclear sites. Fighter jets, stealth bombers and a submarine were all involved. Donald Trump claimed it had left key enrichment facilities totally obliterated. And tonight he insisted it had taken nuclear weapons right out of the Iranians' hands. In truth, the full impact remains unclear. What is clear is that Washington, while saying it does not seek war, has dramatically upped the stakes. A furious Tehran warned of everlasting consequences in response. A wary world must now wait to see what that will entail.
After American strikes overnight, Israel...
I mean, are we supposed to be worried about that? You know what I mean? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Hezbollah? What are you going to do, man?
strikes continued through the day. These said to be on Iranian missile launchers. In the end, the American attacks came within 2 days, not 2 weeks. The smoke on the horizon, America's calling card.
Looks
Fordow,
like a
the
fucking
most
mushroom
fortified
cloud,
of the 3
yo.
sites, hit with 12 13-ton bunker busters from B-2 bombers. Natanz, the largest plant, got 2, and along with Isfahan, thought to contain near bomb-grade enriched uranium, was struck by 30 cruise missiles. From the Situation Room in the White House, President Trump, who pledged to be the peacemaker president, watched as on his orders, Operation Midnight Hammer began.
Someone want to wake his ass up? Someone want to fucking poke the guy? No, we do. Have we dropped the mop yet? After I drop this MOP, I'm going to take an NAP. I need a nappy nap. Did we cause World War III yet? Wake me up when they're World War III. Someone want to poke the guy? What the fuck?
Watched as on his
I need my juice box. Where's my Diet Coke?
orders, Operation Midnight Hammer began. Warplanes and submarines taking America directly into Israel's war with Iran.
Tonight I can... God, if you know anything about politics, is Woke Patriot still here? I don't know if you're still here, Woke Patriot. But just look at this image. Just look at this. Look at this image and despair. This is who we got steering the ship, folks. This is who we got steering the ship. We got a guy who was on TV for fucking 5 seconds, some boozed up idiot with fucking Pete over there on the right. Marco Rubio, careerist, nihilist. We got a puppet of an oligarch, Peter Thiel, who is a transhumanist and believes, you know, majority of the human population should basically be put in a fucking cage. And then we got the big D, the goddamn Trump-a-dumpy right in the middle, steering the whole thing. It does not, this is the bottom of the barrel. It does not get worse than this. I challenge you to come up with people that you could that you could imagine could be there, that could be worse. Maybe Roger Stone right here, that would just really take the cake. Just Roger Stone on the other next to fucking Vance. Maybe Steve Bannon back there.
And report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier.
As satellite images were released appearing to show 6 craters at Fordow, likely caused by American bombs, Iran's foreign minister, who on Friday met with European politicians to discuss a diplomatic solution, accused America of destroying diplomacy and warned of endless consequences.
Of course, the door for diplomacy should be always keep open, but this is not the case right now. My country has been under attack, under aggression, and we have to respond
A little piece of
based
China.
on our legitimate right of self-defense.
Despite near immediate strikes on Israel, Prime Minister Netanyahu was clearly delighted he'd finally succeeded in drawing an American president into direct confrontation with his great enemy.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to
United States. Tonight, military sources in the US and Israel suggest damage has been done to the sites.
Have you guys heard the rumor that the reason why these things are shaped this way is not because this shape is effective at hiding it from radar? That apparently they're shaped this way because this was as powerful as the Lockheed Martin's computers could render at the time when they were designing this. The computers had a harder time with like more complex geometry. So they ended up going with this design basically because the tech couldn't do it. But there's because we all think it's some kind of super special, super secret shape. But apparently it's like this because computers in the 90s, this is about as good as they could do.
But not necessarily to the point of destruction. There has apparently been no...
It was inspired by another plane? Okay. We need to look this up.
Increase in
One
radiation
day.
levels.
Not right now. Who gives a fuck?
Iran was showcasing its ballistic
the B-2
stockpile
is
today
better than that
as
was.
Donald Trump assessed the biggest gamble of his presidencies. His decision has the power to fundamentally change the Middle East and beyond.
It is the coolest fucking plane we have. No doubt about it. I'll say that. It is the coolest plane.
Is likely a start point, not an end.
God bless the Middle East, God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Emma Murphy, News at 10, Iraq.
Well, for a man who Emma mentioned there campaigned on his peacemaking prowess, it is not so much the events of the last 24 hours that will dictate how he is judged, rather what happens in the uncertain days ahead. Donald Trump's most senior allies talk today of delivering peace through strength, but that carries significant risk for America and its commander-in-chief.
After 37 hours in the air, this was the moment the B-2 bombers returned to base in Missouri,
Flying
concluding
Dorito.
an audacious and some might argue provocative strike at the heart of Iran's nuclear program.
Boy, those things are big old things, aren't they?
Today, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth explained what he thought had been achieved.
This mission was not and has not been about regime change. The president authorized a precision operation to neutralize the threats to our national interests posed by the Iranian nuclear program and the collective self-defense of our troops and our ally Israel.
Referring to this timeline, America's most senior general described the complex plan of decoys and mid-flight refueling, which enabled stealth bombers to
I didn't hear anything about congressional approval.
penetrate Iran's airspace without a shot being fired at them.
Final battle damage will take some time, but initial battle damage assessments indicate that all three sites sustained extremely severe damage and destruction.
His assessment subtly but importantly different from the president's, who claimed Iran's facilities had been obliterated.
We're at war with Iran's nuclear program. And
on American TV...
What? We're at war with Iran's nuclear program. Oh. Okay. Even she can't hide the stink face. What the fuck does that even mean?
Later.
This was the right call at the right time.
Yeah. This man's a bloodthirsty psychopath. If you're not quite sure what's happening right now, just to let you know, this man is about as evil as American politicians get, right? Total bloodthirsty psychopath who will happily purchase land on the Gaza Strip after Israel has colonized it. He'll do it with a smile He'll do a press conference announcing it. He can't wait. He can't wait to live on colonized Palestinian land. The man is as close to evil as American politics has gotten so far, I believe. Just to let you know.
All the president's men cheerleading the success of this operation.
Know this, the United States flew halfway around the world, right into the heart of Iran, over their most sensitive locations. These things got rocked, and then we left, and we were out of their airspace. We were over the ocean before they figured out what had happened.
I think that we have really put
real tough guys. You feel intimidated? I'm pretty scared.
Their program back by a very long time. I think that it's going to be many, many years before the Iranians are able to develop a nuclear weapon. But again, our goal is that they're never able to develop a nuclear weapons program.
This is undoubtedly a mission.
Well, that's impossible. That's literally impossible.
Which will go down in history. Its place, though, is unclear. Was it a decisive intervention to end a war or simply widen one?
It is such a cool airplane. I mean, this thing is so fucking cool, it's ridiculous.
Dan Rivers, News at 10, Washington.
Well, there was a lot to unpack after that US Department of Defense news conference earlier. We'll get more from Dan on all of that in just a moment, and also speak to Emma, close to Iraq's border with Iran. First, though, Geraint has been looking at what the Americans called Operation Midnight Hammer and how exactly it unfolded. Geraint.
Okay, yeah. So they were just getting a full rundown there. Blah, 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 blah. Experts, context, experts, debate. Okay, looks like we might have some kind of interesting debate at the end here. Yeah, responses from Keir Starmer. We've gotten all this. So let's see what we got at the end here. I'm kind of curious. I was shocked at the cockpit. I always imagine it looking crazier. Yeah, it sure is tiny, though.
Joined now by both Raggy and Robert to reflect on what we've seen today and what may well be to come. We'll Raggy to you in a moment. First of all, to Robert. Obviously, this conversation has happened between the PM and the President tonight. But, you know, how significant has the UK been in the whole equation that Donald Trump has been working through, if at all?
Well, plainly, the Foreign Secretary and Keir Starmer, I think they've got a role to play because just today, the Prime Minister has spoken to the Sultan of Oman, the King of Jordan, President Macron of France, the Chancellor Merz of Germany, Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, and as you've just said, Donald Trump. Meanwhile, the Foreign Secretary spoke to the Secretary of State from America, Marco Rubio, immediately after the bombing, and then again tonight, and to the foreign ministers of Israel, Egypt, Cyprus, and Iran. And the message is actually completely consistent, which, as you've just heard from the Prime Minister, he thinks it's now time for what they call a pivot to diplomacy, negotiation. They do insist that, as again you've just heard from the Prime Minister, Iran should not have nuclear.
You know, the conquerors would prefer peace after attack. The aggressors would prefer peace after they've attacked you. You know, it's the only sensible thing to do.
Nuclear weapons. But it is really striking that in all these conversations, never once does either the Foreign Secretary or Donald Trump say that America did the right thing by bombing Iran. And indeed, he didn't even, this is the Prime Minister,
okay, we're all Israel's bitch. We got to go along with this. I guess we're participating. We're not going to stop weapons. Yes, we understand how that implicates us morally. Yeah, okay, we're going to keep doing this. We really didn't want to. We got our own problems domestically. This doesn't help.
Say that to the American president. So one of the things I'm wondering is actually, will this cause some fractiousness in our important relationship with America? Now, many people at home will be saying, well, why are we engaging in such frantic diplomatic activity? What's it got to do with us? Well, as you just pointed out, there are large numbers of British citizens in Israel, in the region, in embassies across the place, and we have military assets in the region. They've obviously got to be protected as far as possible. But then there's the economic impact. You heard from Emma about the risk of the Strait of Hormuz being closed. If that were to happen, 20% of oil goes through there. Oil price would go through the roof. It would be very similar to what happened when Putin invaded Ukraine. Very damaging to our prosperity. Tomorrow,
no,
I say...
Here's the thing. I don't even think anybody... Oh, and thank you, Bound, Bulletproof, and, of course, fucking Ribbons for sticking around. I like how Yemen is talking shit again. I didn't hear that. That's funny. But here's the thing. I don't think anybody would react, even if they announced they're closing it, because it's all talk unless you enforce it, you know? And it's like, are you really going to shoot at, you know, Chinese ships? You're really going to shoot at U.S. ships? You're going to blow them up? No shit. Really? You can do that? Now, I guess they could also attack. Isn't there a lock system, you know, that raises and lowers the water to get through the strait? Or am I just thinking of the Panama Canal? But, you know, so is there some infrastructure that you have to get through that Iran controls that would have to be like boots on the ground? You'd have to take it over to get it to work. That could work. But if you're able to just float through there without any kind of impedance, and it's just about, you know, getting shot down, it's like, no, I don't even think the markets would react, because it's no, you got to call their bluff. It's not real until they enforce it. Yemen talking about, yeah, oh, okay. Okay. Do it up. Do it up. Donald Trump seems like eager. He's like, yeah, give me an excuse.
Without any hesitation, the oil price will surge, and that is not good for us.
OK, Robert, thank you for that. Final word to you, Raghi, our international affairs analyst, expert in the Middle East, and know Iran very well too. The Iranian foreign minister is heading to Moscow to meet President Putin. There were strong words for America from the Russians at the UN tonight. What could the wider global consequences be of what we've witnessed?
I think the reason why Arakchi, the foreign minister of Iran, is going to Russia is because Russia depends on Iranian drones in order to attack Ukraine, and he will expect some kind of military help. I don't think that's going to come from Russia. China, as Robert was explaining, Iran produces 1.6 billion barrels of oil a day. 90% of that goes to China. I think the wider question is this regime change? It's not, because regime change has a terrible name by Western intervention in the Middle East. But it is in some ways, because you have to bear in mind Iran is a theocratic state. It depends on one supreme leader. If everyone around him comes and says, we need a plan B, because Israel will continue to do this and America will continue to do this, but there is a possibility of some kind of deal. It only needs him to say X and everyone says Y, and it all depends on him. So I think in some ways this is a military plan to plant some seeds in the minds of the Iranian structure, which is very wide, very deep, very consistent, to say, do we actually need a different pathway?
OK, fascinating, Raghi. Thank you very much, as ever, for your insight. And Robert, too, for all the latest that you brought us from Downing Street and beyond. Thank you both for that. And that is where we will leave things for tonight. This is the scene in the Israeli city.
A lot of people with a lot to say. With a lot of people with a lot of things to say, but nobody has any answers. We, DP, need a plan. Start with flushing the dump. Scorched earth. Mike Pence goes scorched earth, huh? Oh boy. You guys want to see what Mike Pence's version of scorched earth looks like? Pac-Man over here with the goddamn clickbait. All right, well, it's working. I'm curious.
Stands for. Here is Pence weighing in on Putin's actions and pointing out people are looking elsewhere. People are looking elsewhere. And by the way, Trump shouldn't be looking to Putin for advice on what to do. That's the worst instinct there is.
And you alluded to this, but President Trump said again last night the U.S. had nothing to do with Israel's attack against Iran. He also said that he spoke with Russia's President Vladimir Putin, that the two are agreeing that the conflict between Israel and Iran should end. Is that the right track, or should the U.S. be providing Israel with more weapons, the weapons that it needs to completely eradicate all of Iran's nuclear facilities and capabilities?
Well, as Vladimir Putin continues his brutal and unprovoked invasion in Ukraine using drones provided by Iran, I would say respectfully to the administration, we ought to be looking elsewhere than Vladimir Putin for advice on how to deal with this situation. We need to continue to provide Israel
scorched earth,
with the support they need. I also will say, though, I do welcome the fact that early this morning the president reiterated a statement that harkened back to 2019 in our administration. After we took out Qasem Soleimani, the president and our team made it very clear that there would be overwhelming response by the United States military if American lives were lost in any retaliation by the Iranian military. They fired rockets, as you remember, Dana.
He's in a town called Zionsville, Indiana. Zionsville.
They landed at Al-Assad. They landed in the Kurdish region. There were injuries, but there were no American casualties or loss of life. And the Iranians stood down after that. But it was in that moment that the president made clear, as he did this morning, that there would be overwhelming force brought to bear on Iran if they put
they got a Mexican restaurant.
American forces in the region, which, as you know, are in the tens of thousands.
So listen, this is Mike Pence in his convoluted, aw shucks sort of way, pointing out that Donald Trump's entire approach to foreign policy is just completely...
That's not what the thumbnail said. I'm sorry, what was the thumbnail? Mike Pence, aw shucks? The thumbnail is scorched earth, scorched earth. He goes scorched earth. The town I live in was the most undiverse city in the U.S. 99.95% white. Well, who was the spoiler? Who was the spoiler? You couldn't get that extra 5% purity? That's disgusting. No, we don't need MSNBC going to the fucking going to the dregs of the CIA community. Some ex-general. Okay. Then we got BBC. Let's take a look.
The Trump administration has bombed Iran.
It's one of those Mexican restaurants, but it's all white people working back there. That's okay. They make burritos the way that I like, though. I'm one of those freaks that doesn't get spicy stuff. I don't get cilantro. So when I order a burrito, it's hilarious. It's like, yeah, I want beans. Yep. Meat. That looks good. Some rice. Yep. What else you want? Wrap it up. Nothing else. Look, maybe a little sour cream in that bitch. Maybe. Nope, you're done. Yep, put the scoop down, buddy. You gonna put some crazy shit and you gonna put some salsa in there? Nope, I didn't ask for salsa. Nope, put the guac down. You walk away from the guac. Don't you put that shit in my burrito? I do get spinach though. I like the spinach wrap instead of wheat or corn. Recommend the spinach wrap. It's really tasty.
With
fucking ribbons? Yeah, me too.
strikes President Trump claims have obliterated the country's nuclear enrichment facilities 10 days after Israel launched its attacks on the country. Iran's foreign minister denied that the U.S. strikes had caused a major blow and accused the U.S. of breaking international law.
Might actually be good.
Tehran is threatening retaliation, incling closing a strategically important sea path.
Great picture, BBC, dude. Nice. Nice. Couldn't get the finger temple in the picture. Should have got the finger temple in there. Come on, BBC.
The UN Security Council is holding an emergency meeting now. The Secretary General said dialogue must prevail to stop the Middle East falling into a cycle of retaliation. Well, the US struck 3 key uranium enrichment sites, one of them Fordo. These are the latest satellite images of that area. Difficult to assess the extent of the damage because the site is built deep under mountains. The US also bombed the nuclear sites of Natanz and...
I can't believe they don't have any horizontal photos. You know, they don't have any photos from anybody on the ground. They just have these satellite images. We're not really getting any kind of idea of the damage. And if the videos that we saw are accurate from Canal 13, I mean, that shit looked like a nuke went off.
Isfahan. This is...
But that was all like shooting out of the ground, shooting out of the fucking mountain. And then once everything calmed down, everything like buried itself, collapsed. Like everything collapsed and buried itself, which is like, I've never seen anything like that. Simply Steve, you can't find a single streamer with their tits out talking about this conflict. What's this world coming to? And no offense over here, can you get any cock and balls? Can we get any hunks? Any cutie hunks that are like on the street that could maybe they're like riding a bike to the fucking bomb site? Maybe we can get a shirtless Zoomer riding a bike on the way to the fucking crater that used to be a nuclear refinement mountain.
Isfahan before the US strikes, and afterwards you can see the damage inflicted by the bombing. We're dedicating most of our programme to looking at how the US carried out the attack, to global reaction. Chris Mason will be here to tell us about a phone call that's just happened between Donald Trump and Keir Starmer. And crucially, we look at what may happen next. We also report from Israel.
No one's got anything. I just want to know what's happening next. I mean, we really, we've gotten all this. We know all this stuff, right? We're getting a full fucking review of the whole sitch. I don't know how much of that we need. Yep, we got all that info. They used bombers. They blew it up. All right. I'm curious to see what these guys have to say. Let's see.
Now to our economics editor, Faisal Islam, and our political editor, Chris Mason. And Faisal, picking up on what Gordon was saying there, I mean, that threat...
So there's not a single reporter with their ass out, lying on their bed, with their ass sticking right out in front of the camera, reporting on this situation? I can't believe it.
To potentially close the Straits of Hormuz, I mean, that would have a huge economic impact, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. We're on the pathway to potential serious economic consequences. The interesting thing is, up until this point, over the past couple of weeks, since Israel and Iran started trading missiles, we have had a pretty calm markets. Oil price up about 9%, which would have had an impact on price, but definitely not any sort of crisis. The oil market...
Yeah, I choose death. Am I supposed to take you seriously? Do you want people to take your opinion seriously, or do you want to just be treated like a clown? Is that your intention? Just wondering.
It's open in about an hour, and all focus on some words coming out of Tehran from the parliament, not from the government, saying that they will close the straits. Now, what does that actually mean? It depends.
No, I mean, I asked you a question. Like, do you expect people to take your opinion seriously? Or are you a jester? Just curious.
There are some reasons why you might think Tehran would have some restraint here. They export their oil to China, for example. We're already seeing the Americans saying to China, you need to talk to the Iranians, tell them not to do this. But you get 20% of the world's oil, 20% of the world's gas coming from Qatar, increasingly important for Europe since the Russia-Ukraine war. All of this obviously depends on the cycle of diplomatic and military escalation too. But unlike Russia-Ukraine, in this case, it wouldn't be a side product of the conflict. This would be a weapon in Iran's armory to try and internationalize the crisis through the world economy.
All right.
But he doesn't talk about enforcement. He doesn't talk about how it could actually happen. I don't know about this guy's opinions.
Faisal, we'll pick up Chris on some of that in a moment. Before I talk to you, though, let's just hear a little.
Yeah. Is it okay to you? Is it okay that when you walk in a room and say some bullshit like that with a goofy-ass username that people think you're a fucking clown? Is it really okay that that's what people think? I don't mean to think for everybody in the chat, my meager, no-viewer chat, but I'm going to go ahead and go on a limb and assume that most people think you're a fucking full-blown circus clown. Right? And I was worried that you might think that people were taking what you were saying seriously. I was a little concerned that you weren't aware. Right? Right. Right. You don't care. Right. Do I need to show you the door, or can you go ahead and find it yourself? Is that okay? Or do I need to kind of help you along there?
Of Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, with some of his responses just a little earlier today.
We've long had concerns about the Iranian nuclear program and been very clear that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. The US has now taken action to alleviate that threat. It is important that we now de-escalate.
I mean, this guy is hilarious. This guy really is something else.
Situation, stabilize the region, and get the parties back around the table to negotiate.
He's totally on board. He's totally on board. He got played like a total fool, and we're totally on board. I will say though, like, because of the lack of radiation, and if we get no confirmation that the refinement program is cooking along somewhere else, it will be perceived as a W for Donald Trump.
That was part of what he said earlier. And Chris, I mean, really treading quite a difficult line here.
Yeah, so the Prime Minister has spoken to President Trump tonight, but crucially, Jane, there wasn't that call beforehand, which could have been demanding a yes or no answer from the Prime Minister. In other words, whether the UK was willing to get involved in any way. So, for instance, granting permission to use the airbase at Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. And that would have been a real
they said that. I saw that headline before I even started streaming Simply Steve. I mean, come on. Yeah. Empty threats from a fucking hollow empire.
Dilemma for the Prime Minister, because on the one hand he's been talking about de-escalation. There's a suggestion that there were concerns raised privately about the legal basis for being involved, so saying yes would have been difficult, but then saying no would have been difficult when he's been assiduously building a relationship with President Trump. So how do we assess the UK's position tonight? It is willing the ends that America is pursuing, which is removing Iran's nuclear threat, but it is conspicuously not explicitly endorsing the means, in other words, America's attacks. Now, the Conservatives say that this is equivocation, that it is moral cowardice. President Trump was openly dismissive earlier in the weekend on European efforts at diplomacy. Those efforts, though, continue. As I say, the Prime Minister talking to the President by phone tonight. The Foreign Secretary has spoken to Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, during the attacks while they were taking place, and again today, as well as speaking to the Iranians, the Israelis, and others. The UK position is one that diplomacy is the long-term path to a long-term solution that ensures that Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. The thing is, America wasn't willing to listen to Europe beforehand. The question now is whether it'll be willing to listen in the future. And in the next couple of days, President Trump, the Prime Minister, and plenty of others getting together at the NATO summit in the Netherlands to work out what to do next, amongst other things.
Chris, thanks very much. Chris Mason, Faisal Islam, thank you. Well, Iran's president has said that his country...
So I was taking a look. Yeah, I know, fucking ribbons. I'm not even going to waste my time. I mean, just don't even, don't even waste. Don't even bother. I do want to show this clip here because I've been looking around here. It looks like they're going to do a man on the street interview from someone who's in Iran. So I'm kind of curious to see what that is.
Under attack. At the Kapikoy crossing this morning, we found movement in both directions. Some fleeing the bombing by Israel and America. Others rushing back home to be with loved ones. Amir, a retired British Iranian, had just fled Tehran.
And what was your feeling when you got across the border here?
Feeling relieved, really, to be honest with you. I feel relieved, yes.
How dangerous was the situation in
It
Tehran?
is very dangerous. It is bad. The sky belongs to the Israelis. So they can't do what they like. They're just coming in, they just bomb and go. And nothing there to stop them because they've got the sky and that's it.
Very scary for you.
Very, very scary for everyone.
Amir says he got out with no help from the British Embassy.
But all of a sudden, embassy's closed, staff are gone, phone's cut off.
You're on your own.
Nobody answered.
You're on your
so
own.
I had to get my way out of the country.
Awesome job, Keir. Awesome job, buddy. One-term Keir. One-term Keir. You know, it's gonna be a really sad day when Nigel fucking Farage does a jig on Keir Starmer's political grave. It's gonna be a really sad day. But all the energy I will have left is for belly laughter at Keir Starmer, the manager at the fucking Wendy's, Keir Starmer. I mean, goddamn, man. And do you think they'll learn? Do you think the Labour Party is going to learn a single fucking thing? Nigel can't dance, but he'll be doing it. He'll be doing his version. All over Keir Starmer's political grave. And rightfully so. And rightfully so, right? This is his game to lose. As it always is with the neoliberals. This is their game to lose.
That's the way I'm here now.
You had to come on your own.
I had to, yes.
This is what he left behind, a country under fire, a regime that is holding on, and a war that may now escalate. But some, like 13-year-old Dariush, are hoping that a new Iran may emerge from the ashes. He crossed the border today with his younger brother and his
sing
mother.
a little bit of it.
He told me he'll go home if change comes. God willing, Iran will be free. Soon all of us will live in freedom, he says, and the Islamic Republic will be gone. But among those going back into Iran today, there was more caution. We found no one willing to speak on camera. One man told us, "We're too afraid."
Wow.
Well, in the last half an hour or so, we've seen a few more people coming out from Iran, bringing their suitcases. What we witnessed today was not a flood. By and large, it was people leaving who had the means to do so, who had a place to go to. One man told us he had friends and relatives who wanted to leave, but didn't have passports and couldn't get out.
Yeah,
now, on the
fucking
critical
ribbons.
question of what happens to the regime, we heard very differing
very
opinions.
destructive
One government employee who was
element.
going back in said he believed the regime would fall in the end, not now, but he feared that at that point there would be a takeover by the military. A younger man said to us, look, the leadership has hung on for decades. They can probably hang on now. And even among those who were hoping for change, wishing for change, believing it would come, there were also fears being expressed about how many people might be killed. And tonight, just across the border behind...
You know, because it's like, what, you know, all Israel needs to do is take out that supreme leader. And this calculation completely changes. And Israel is like ready to do that big time. Trump isn't going to have a single problem with that.
Me inside Iran, no one has any idea what is coming next. And that holds true across the region.
Orla, thank you. Orla Guerin. As we've heard, Iran says it's keeping all options.
So then it goes to Israel over here, and then they do some man-on-the-street interviews with folks from Israel. And then they cap it off with this person here at the end. Let's see what she has to say.
To tell you what President Trump has been saying on Truth Social.
Okay, so they're just covering what Trump has to say, which we've already seen. All right, let's just do one final scan here, see if we got any kind of breaking news. No, we got The Irishman premiere. What? What is this? The Irishman. What? This has already happened. Why is this? Oh, AP Archive. This is the AP Archive from 1 day ago. Why? Why save this? What is the point of saving this? Delete it. It's done. This is over with. The movie's over with. It's done with. done. Delete it. Octopussy. What is my YouTube? What is my YouTube? France 24 over here. As soon as I click stop stream, that's when some shit's gonna go down. God damn it. I feel like a harbinger. All right. One last check. I don't know what I'm looking for, to be honest with you. It's like I just want some good news. I don't know. I want some news that Iran is going to make the right move here for fucking once, and not fall right into the trap that Bibi has laid for the Middle East here. You know, is he really going to attack a U.S. base? No. You know what he's going to do? He's going to do what he did the first time when Israel first assassinated that higher up official. Remember when Iran, they did a show of force, but they did it in a way that was easily deflected and didn't kill any civilians, right? But they fired a bunch of missiles, you know, they wanted to look scary. That's what they're going to do. They're going to do that to the U.S. They're going to dump a bunch of missiles into a place that they know will be easily shot down.
The U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on
AI generated. My God, dude, why? Why, man? God, what if Indian news, just right to it, right, using it immediately. At least they're telling folks that's what it is, even though it that's obvious. But this is like, so mixing AI generated images and videos with real, that's a slippery ass slope. That's a slippery ass slope, man. All just to get views and stuff, right? To get people's attention. Yo, did you see that, BB? Damn, bro. Damn, slow your roll. Did you see that picture of BB? He looked like a Ninja Turtles villain. How Fordo fell. How Fordo fell. Look at the arrow. Look at the circle. Look at the arrow. Look, that's how Fordo fell right there. Look at it. You see that? See that? You see that right there? Do you see the circle?
Nevertheless, America's
AI generated.
The first direct hit on Iran's nuclear core
looks nothing like that. Didn't look anything like
this.
Even
the most protected sites are not untouchable.
Doesn't look anything like this.
Way, no warning shot. It was precision warfare in a region very much in the throes of conflict.
This has nothing to do with anything. What is this?
One misstep away from a wider war. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's just garbage. It's just total slop. He's sleeping. He's sleeping. Shut up. Look at BB. Okay.
Operation Midnight Hammer has been one of the most spectacular operations undertaken by the United States of America in this war against Iran. The manner in which U.S. directly got involved and struck.
It's just like a glove. It's just like a glove, man. They just put this shit on and they're off to the races, dude. They're off to the races.
Were used.
Really, what you should be hearing is the sound of cash registers right now.
Jets that were involved. Now, that's the level of the package that the United States mounted. And these fighter jets...
Okay, wow. All right. All right. That's all I got for today. That's all we got. So as soon as I click stop, that's when the war is going to... That's when the apocalypse begins. So go ahead and enjoy your apocalypse. All right. I guess I'm going to go work on other things. That's it. That's all the Iranian war news that I got. That's it. That's all I got. I want to give extra special thanks to Simply Steve for coming in. Once again, very, very sorry about your loss. And once again, take some personal time and don't feel bad about it. A lot of people, they feel bad. Oh, I need to be doing this. I need to be doing that. No. Just you do you, right? Work on you. Yeah, the marine traffic looks the same, so nothing has happened. I'm really curious. It seems to me like their inaction actually speaks a lot. This I need to get rid of this background. This thing is so distracting. Hold on. Change it to something else, please. Instead of the fucking bitches from like RoboCop. Bitches out. I'm sorry, fucking ribbons. That's too misogynist. I need to work on that. But no, big extra special props to fucking ribbons as well. Bulletproof Bullet, Woke Patriot who stopped in for a second. Everybody else who lurked, everybody else has stopped in. Bound TRS, thank you for stopping in. One more day. I'm free tomorrow, baby. Free tomorrow. I'll be back on Twitch. I don't know if I'm going to stream. It'll be funny. I don't know. I probably should, but we'll see. If there's news to report on when it comes to Iran, I'll do it. If not, we might do a welcome back stream on Saturday. Maybe we'll do something on Wednesday. We'll see. You've already heard all my thoughts in terms of where I would prefer things to go. What I think is the smartest move, which is the most humiliating, which is, of course, capitulate and give the win to Donald Trump, but which would then, in turn, turn Donald Trump into an advocate for peace for your country against Israel, your strongest enemy. But is the 86-year-old man theocratic, extreme religious extremist? Is he really going to do that? No. Right? So, but big props to everybody, and especially you, Simply Steve, once again. Sorry you're going through that, man. That's really rough. Have a good day. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy, which we will be talking about soon. In fact, the welcome back stream is going to be focusing on Ukraine first, because that's where I was cut off. So look forward to that. I'm Abandoned Nihilism. This has been the News Underground. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself now. Thank you, Bulletproof. This song's hilarious. Thanks.